Make sure to get that off today. Thank you.
somewhere around here? Or? Oh, that's, yeah. I'm anal with my computer shit too. I'm like, it spills. Nowhere near my shit. Oh, so fuck it. Understand.
Hello and welcome to, oh, I'm really loud. 1 second. Hello. This is, oh, there we go. Okay. Well, that's a lot better. Welcome to StrongMania II, so StrongMania 2026. We are a few minutes out from starting the competition, but I thought I would jump on here and give you a rundown of how the day is going to go. So first off, my name is Thrones. I run the live, oh, here, you know. Yeah, there we go. All right, my name is Thrones. I run the live streams here for StrongMania Manitoba, and today I am completely solo. This is typically a four-person, a four-volunteer operation, but today I will be on commentary, I will be on cameras, I will be on graphics, and I will be on, well, not solely on scoring, but I'll be running the live stream integration from our score sheet.
If I had that power, I would
Oh, and let me turn this down a little bit more. Filter out some of the background noise. We are indoors, so typically outdoors the settings are a little bit more forgiving, whereas yeah, so we might have to tweak some things. This is set up still from our Western Canada's Strongest Master competition, which was outdoors last weekend, which went really, really well. We were having some interviews, and I've gotten a few compliments on those interviews. This is a weight class show with tons and tons of competitors, so no interviews today. It's just it is too busy. We're trying to get everything done in a time efficient manner for our competitors. And yeah, since I am solo running this and was the one who made the score sheet, I am also going to be answering questions. So I'll do my best with commentary. I got a lot on my plate today, so I really do apologize if there's anything that I'm missing along the way. There might be a few issues with remembering clocks and that sort of thing. But yeah, we're going to try. We got two cameras to view the action. One of which. So, if it's not great, let me know. Oh, and we are. I will get rid of myself here. We are starting with Natasha McMullen in lane 2. Natasha already on rep 3. That's already on her. She was ready before our U64 or U57 competitors, I think, going on her own. Oh, actually, no, my bad. We have 2 U57 competitors today, so they're going to be going head to head. So that's why Natasha is out on her own. She is our only teen competitor. Bottom graphic also. Come on, that's. He's not updating. I knew as soon as we started there would be. Oh, there we go. We got half of it updated. And let's see, for Natasha, how many reps did Natasha get there? Still waiting on the final rep count. Okay, so while I'm waiting for our graphic to continue updating, this is actually Nicole Horseman up against Kim Cornelson. There we go. Okay, that took a while, but finally set. I'm just going to try to move this camera on the left-hand side for a little bit. Go. The weight of the log for our U57 women is 105 pounds. Kim, Viper pressing. Oh, but her feet were still moving, so didn't get the down command. Nicole does get her first rep. Kim just very, very aggressive. Just too quick there. She locked it out, but she didn't hold it at all. No down command there. After this set of ladies, I will get our referee to move back just a little bit so he isn't blocking our view of the other lane there. Go over so we can get a view of Nicole here. Sorry for the pillar in the way. We're trying to be considerate of the athletes, and the camera is set up kind of right beside their warm-up area, but want to be able to get both platforms, and we're either going to be impeding the audience or the athletes, so... Only getting a couple reps there. Cool. Doesn't look like she has much left in the tank. And she's calling it there. And, oh, I think the time just went for Kim. Nicole finishes with 5 reps. Still waiting on the update for Kim. I don't know why I'm showing the teen women there. That's cool. So up next is going to be U64 women with Sabrina McMullen and Caitlin Nault going head to head. Turn on event. Turn on lane 2. Got Caitlyn. Still waiting for the update so we can get Rena. Just the one side. Keeps taking a while to refresh. Oh, there we go. We got Sabrina now. Tyler, back up a little bit. All right, end her away. That was not enough backup. Sabrina away quickly. Oh, pauses in the dip for a second there. But she grinded that out. That was a huge lift. Oh. Oh, Caitlyn. Oh, I can't quite get it to her chest. Sabrina had it on her chest. The log goes down. We only have one athlete in this category. I guess it's defaulting to that teen women for that graphic when it pops up. So this athlete Oh. Sorry, still waiting for the athlete name to update. This is a new competitor, Annalise, goes by Anna Lusek. Doesn't look like it's there for her today. There's 125 pounds on that log. First time competitor. Not even having done our novice show this year. Just jumped straight into the regional level. And up next, going to be our U82 women. And we are going to start off with Jocelyn Grimmelson and Shelby Hogard. Shelby was recently married to Andrew Langlaar, the reigning Manitoba's strongest man, last weekend. Here we go. We got our names for the athletes that started going. So. Short a couple plates, so or just 1 second while we finish getting everything set up. Okay, we got Jocelyn Grimmelson on the far log. Shelby Hogard close to the screen. Starting off, good rep for Shelby, good rep for Jocelyn. Better view because Tyler isn't blocking the way. That's a big body to be reffing. 2 good reps for both women. Jocelyn gets a third. And a third for Shelby as well. Jocelyn sneaking out just a bit ahead. Shelby taking a second to catch her breath. Gets a 4th rep for Jocelyn. So this is only, I think, 10 pounds below Shelby's max. I don't think her feet were together there, but she did get the down command. Another good rep for Jocelyn. She's staying just ahead. Shelby's looking to catch her in these waning seconds, and she does, so we end up with a tie. Jocelyn wasn't able to stay far enough ahead to beat Shelby out in the time available. So they both finished with 5 reps. Up next, I believe she's going to be going on her own. Going to be Kara Richmond. Like it. So Kara got 1 good rep. Oh, she got the leg drive, but didn't quite get it high enough. It looks like if she just gets it a couple inches higher, she can finish that off. But if you ever press the log, you know that you got to get it high enough for your triceps to kick in and help finish the rep. That one rep might have just gassed her out. She got that rep much higher with the leg drive, but then she wasn't able to fight it as much. So I think her triceps might have gassed out on that attempt. She has no quit, though. She's going to keep trying. Oh. This is very reminiscent of, if anybody watched Alexei Novikov at World's Strongest Man 2019. I believe he ended up zeroing the log, but he cleaned it, I think it was like 6 or 7 times. And then by the end of his allotted time, he just wasn't even able to get it to his chest. But he just kept trying. I really love those athletes that just have absolutely no quit in them. No matter how many times they fail a rep, they're going to use that full time and give it their full effort. I love seeing that. All right, up next, looks like it's going to be Anastasia Fund, reigning Manitoba's strongest woman, and she is going to be up against Emma Grimmelson. Moving so fast between categories that I haven't even been able to go to the actual scores. Easy rep for Anna. Strong rep for Emma as well. Anna getting a clean rep too. Also, we are having an issue with the athlete display on which gym they're representing. Because Tom already joked about Anna representing Iron Image. She is from Iron Age. So I apologize to any athletes where the display has been incorrect before this as well. Anna looks like she's just going to bang out this log, maybe for the full minute. She already matched the highest out of any female competitor. Anna only weighed half a kilogram over the 82 weight class. Okay, she's calling it there. Emma is probably her biggest competition in this open category for the log press. So having this much of a lead on Emma, she knows that she's probably safe. Up next, we're going to have Erin Penner up against Michelle Kamanik. 2 seasoned competitors. Michelle actually got second on a countback after a score recalculation last week at Western Canada's Strongest Master. Score recalculation, it was just a conversion, so had the wrong number of minutes for a hold. Not what's going on in front of us right now, so let's talk about this. Michelle grinding out a rep on that log. Erin doing a split jerk technique. Michelle getting a second rep. Apologies for stepping away for a second. I missed a couple reps there because I had to ask somebody to move out of the way of our other camera. Bell's still trying. She's still going to try to go for another rep. So I believe that was at least 2 good reps from Michelle, and I think Erin hit another one while I had to step away. Carrie Lyon up from Iron Image, doing a bit of a split dip on that log. Getting a second rep. This is a good start from Carrie. Have her score in the wrong lane, but that's okay. She's the only one out there, so we know where she is. 3 reps for Carrie. This is Carrie's a first-time competitor, so I don't think anybody saw this coming, where she is putting herself into second Open Women's Log Press event. That's second place. I did forget to start the clock, so I'm not sure what time she has left, but she is going to be going to tie with Anna for a win on the first event. If she can get this, I don't know if you could see it on the camera angle, but from my angle, you saw it right as she on the dip and drive, the log came back, bumped her on the head, and then came back down. But still a solid second place on her first event in her first competition for Carrie Lyon. That was a really good performance. Scores-wise, Emma got 3 reps. Michelle did get third with 2, and Erin, she only got the 1. So I was worried that I missed a rep for Erin. So recap for across our women's categories: Natasha McMullen, our only teen competitor, obviously in first place with 12 reps. Kim Cornelson and Nicole Horseman, they tied with 5 in the women's U57. Sabrina got a rep. Caitlin zeroed the log in our women's U64. Annalise, our only U73 competitor, didn't get a rep on her log. And in our women's U82, Jocelyn and Shelby both tied with 5 reps, and Kara got a rep to salvage some points. And in our women's open, Anastasia Fun taking the win with 5 reps. Carrie Lyon in second with 4. Emma Grimmelson in third with 3. Michelle in fourth with 2. And Erin in fifth with 1. So out of 5 competitors, all 5 got between 1 and 5 reps. Nobody zeroed and nobody tied. All right, we're going to be starting up our men's division soon. Divisions. I believe we don't have any teen competitors. Let me just double check the score. We're starting off with our men's U80. Okay. We're getting a error for our men's U80s, so we're not going to be able to get the names on screen. Turn the names off because they're not on screen anyway. But we got Tom. Okay, Tom and Dano. I'm getting 2 good reps so far. Dano doesn't look comfortable with the log on his chest, so I think he's going to call it there. A little bit outside of his wheelhouse right now. It is 195 pounds on that log. Oh. Don just looks like the log is slipping down his shirt. There we go. So struggling a little bit with the clean, but he is having no problem on the press. He got 3 good reps so far. just a bit of slipping on the clean. He gets it to his chest. If he can get a 4th rep, and he can. So as long as he can get it to his shoulders, he can press it. That's 4 good reps for Tom, the event organizer, by the way.
Lucky that I.
Okay, we got a competitor was asking me a question. We have Cody Beckert. Cody is a longtime competitor here in Manitoba, but he has taken quite a long break. Used to be a U90 competitor. He's dropped some body weight. He's gotten into a bit more into conditioning and endurance work, doing some lifting, and clearly, and making his return after what I believe is 3 years away, or this would be his 3rd year away. Like 2 good reps so far, I believe. Third good rep, so I believe one more will tie him with Tom, if I'm not mistaken. I might have missed a rep at the beginning. Not quite there for Cody. But where you're going to see Cody shine is on moving events. Cody is an extremely good mover. Up next is our men's U90, and now our graphics are working for this category. But it's not Michelle Kamanik. That it should be Chris Cron. Let's see if we can get it to update. There we go. Okay, so with our graphics error, it is copying the gym affiliation of our second athlete out. So Denzel does he tried to split at a home gym, as well as at Iron Age. One moment, I'm just going to ask the competitor to move out of the way of the camera. No problem. Okay. Should have a good view now for our competitors. Oh, we're actually starting off with the... sorry, before we jump to the U90s, we have our Masters categories, which is another category that I'm getting an error for. So I can fix that real quick. Okay, I was able to fix it. So we should get an update with the correct category. So Rob Snow, so far getting a rep. It doesn't look like Dan is planning on attempting this. So 195 pounds on there for our Masters 50 plus. We got half of it updated. We got Rob on there. Rob's hitting a couple good reps. Another good rep from Rob. He's strict pressing that. Oh, hard to see if he got a down command. Andrew sometimes gets into this habit of just using his wrist for the down commands, not his whole arm, and his hand is the only thing obscured by that pillar, so not sure if he got the down command there. Oh, he did get Dan in there, but he's both competitors now. Okay, now we're going to be moving on to our men's U90, which is going to be Denzel LeBlanc and Chris Cron. Oh, and we got a nice quick update. Perfect. Oh. This is not Denzel LeBlanc or Chris Cron. Category is that? Sorry, this is Boone Drummond and Randy Lowen. Oh, not quite there for Randy. Drummond on the far side of your screen. Boone gets it to his chest. Big leg out. Both of these guys, as you can see, are very lanky, very tall for the category. They're very, very good deadlifters, both of them. But what typically makes you good in one event, long arms making you good in deadlift can often make you bad at another event. In this case, making it much harder for to press. I feel their pain as a deadlift specialist, intentional deadlift specialist myself. Okay. Now we have Denzel LeBlanc in the near lane and Chris Cron on the far lane. Chris Cron looks like he didn't hear the whistle. Denzel getting a strong first rep. He got his feet together. He gets the down command. And a split jerk from Chris Cron. Very fast press. Denzel gets his second rep. Right now I'm only using the far. Now he's standing. Second rep from Chris, so they are tied right now. But Denzel has it to his chest, and he's going to grind this out. 3 good reps for Denzel. Got a little bit of time, but he can't quite get it. When you're split jerking, once the legs go, you don't have real strong triceps, that log isn't going anywhere. Whistle goes and they're both on their chest. So that is 3 reps for Denzel and 2 for Chris Cron. I believe now we are going to go to our men's masters lightweight. Oh, if we have some. Let me double check. Yes, we do have some masters lightweights. There we go. We got Dan Sersky and Joey Hatcher. It's not double Chris Crons. There we go. We got names on screen. Oh. Time will be a couple seconds late, but we got it. Dan Sersky with one good rep. Ooh, Joey looks like he's trying to leg drive that log up to his chest. Maybe trying to rely a bit on explosiveness if he doesn't have the strength to pin it to his chest and roll it up. Dan getting a second good rep. Hands back to his chest. Joey's still struggling with the clean a little bit, trying to be a bit more deliberate, but no, he's just not able to pin it to his chest for that roll. Oh, grabbed onto Squire. Maybe he's a little bit lightheaded. Okay. Dan's back to his chest and gets a third rep just before the whistle goes. That's a great performance from Dan Sersky, one of our regulars in the. Well, he used to be men's Masters heavyweights, but he dropped down to the lightweights for, I think his first season at lightweight was last year, and he's done really well in that category. We will be moving on to our men's 105s. Again, it is not double Joey Hatcher. We're just waiting for it to update. It will be Darcy Rintoul. And I'm not familiar with the last name. Let's see. Oh. No. This is Darcy Rintoul and Simon Jansen. But that's actually skipping Mark Schramm and James Weary. Athletes here. We'll keep the rep counter there. We got Mark Schramm on the far side, James Weary close to you. And they both got their first rep. Mark gets a second. James falls shortly behind. Mark a strong third rep. Again, James just behind. Them have it to their chest again. And they both get a fourth rep. Near simultaneous. James to his chest for the fifth rep first. And can he grind this out? He can. Mark also gets. Oh, he's unsteady. Okay, I gave him James' rep prematurely, but they both did get their fifth. Only a little bit of time left. No, James doesn't have time. He still went for it, but the whistle did blow. He didn't have time for that fifth rep. All right, now it will be Darcy Rintoul and Simon Jansen. Darcy to his chest real fast, but looks unsteady there. Oh, didn't wait for the down command. Simon struggled once it was to his chest. There we go. First good rep for Darcy. And a good rep for Simon. Just maybe a bit of nerves there. Darcy looking strong on rep number 2. Going back to his chest, trying to match Darcy. Does a bit of a power jerk. Has to get his feet together. He gets it. Darcy grinds out a third rep. Trying to slow down a little bit. We got 20 seconds left. Simon going for rep number 3. Gets it to his chest. Oh, you just saw it roll on the dip. Nothing left in the shoulders to hold that log in place. Darcy still trying to get that 4th rep. We do have 2 more athletes coming up after these. No, can't get the 4th rep. So Darcy finishes with 3, Simon with 2, and up next we have Cameron Chorney and Clinton Grad. Cam Chorney, a regular volunteer all the time, especially at these Iron Image events. Cam's name on the screen. Have to flip these guys. They're in the opposite lanes. And we're just waiting for the score to be input to get Cam's name on screen. A power clean of the log there. Ooh, struggling with the press a little bit. Clint, strong first rep. Oh, both athletes are now Clinton Grad. There we go. We got Cam. I think I missed a rep from Clint there while I was fixing the names. I believe he's on 3. Oh, now both athletes are Cam Chorney. Now Cam calls it there. Clint gets another rep. I have him unofficially at 3. But that might have been his 4th. Oh. There we go. We will see what Clint's official score was. 4 reps, so I did miss a rep from Clint. Also, I think I missed a rep from Darcy, because it says that he got it says he got 4 reps, and I think I had him at 3. So Darcy and Clint tied for the lead. Okay. Oh, Madden's Masters heavyweight now. Quick changeover. Apologies. There we got Gord and BJ Heckert. Gord Grimolfson and BJ Heckert up against each other. Names. Oh. Wrong lanes here. I think BJ's calling it. Couple attempts. I'm going to start, I'm sure I missed a rep from Gord at the start there, so I believe that was rep 4. Well, crowd's willing him into this event. 1 more rep. And even that 5th rep looked easy. £225 for our Masters 40+ heavyweight. So that's over 40 years of age. And Gord is a regular Masters lightweight competitor as well. So he's not one of the biggest guys for this Masters division. Up next in our men's Masters heavyweight. That was actually 6 reps from Gord. Up next, we have Trevor Jaworski and Bruce Eude. Good rep from Trevor. Let me just reset our rep counter here. Bruce, a new competitor. I'm not familiar with him. Looks like he's struggling with the clean a little bit as Trevor gets rep number 2. And a 3rd good rep from Trevor. He needs 3 more to match Gord. No, and that clean doesn't look like it's going to be there for Bruce. Trevor getting rep number 4. Trevor had a really strong showing last week at Western Canada's Strongest Master. He was in a podium spot going into the final event, but I believe he ended up in 5th because it was just a super close race. He gets rep number 5. One more to tie for the win. No, he's going to call it there. 5 reps. Second place is good for him. Trevor also a really great mover. And we have our final Masters weight coming out, which is going to be Jeff Foster. Jeff took a break from competing last year, but he's back to it now. Strong first rep from Jeff. There's a bit of a gap right now in points where 2 athletes have zeroed and the other 2 are getting reps 5 and 6. So Jeff already put himself in 3rd place with that single rep. So he might be doing some mental math here and trying to figure out, is it even worth it to go for the 5? It looks like he's still committed to it. Only getting, if he gets even up to 4 reps, it's not going to get him any additional points. But being a first competition back, maybe he's just looking to test himself and see what he's got. That 1 rep, like I said, it does put him in 3rd place, so he's not really missing out on anything by not doing more than that. Our next category is going to be our men's 120. Another one where it's cutting off our first 2 athletes. I'm not sure what's going on with the graphic there. I'll try to fix it during the break, but I will out the athlete names and just keep the rep counter. And our first athletes are going to be Cam Rochot-Ross and Noah Miniker. Cam won the novice competition here at Iron Image last year, and he has been a regular competitor since then. And Noah, I believe, is brand new. I believe he's from Iron Image. Probably got bullied by Tom into competing. A strong clean on the first rep, but he does look very unsteady. That log, if you're not used to it, it's so far out in front of your body, it can really throw you around. I mean, he looked like he was in a pretty good position. Had the log nice high on his chest, but a little bit too much for him right now. Really, this is in around Cam's log PR. Just looks like a little bit more than he can do today. Cam is really developing as a competitor. He's improving every time he comes out. And yeah, great attitude about him. He's just looking to be a little bit better every time he competes. And that's how you get good over the long run, as long as you stick with it. Okay, we're going to bring the athlete names back in because for some reason it's working except for the first 2 athletes. So up next is going to be Ryder Joy. He's going to be up against refreshes Ryan Clark. We gotta flip them. Aaron Clark. It's from my gym. I shouldn't mispronounce his name. But I think we're in a situation where it's going to duplicate the names again. So we got a good rep for Ryder. Yes, there we go. It duplicated. Aaron was supposed to be competing at 105, so this is a little bit heavier than he was hoping for. Aaron's super new. I think I was watching Aaron make his attempt, and I think I missed a rep there from Ryder, so I think this is actually rep number 3. We'll look at the official score afterwards. Another good rep from Ryder. Aaron's still looking for his first. Not there for Aaron. He's going to go cheer on his competitor. Aaron's a super positive influence in the scene, despite being so new to it. All right, last competitor in our 120 division. We'll see what lane he decides to go in, but it's going to be Jesse Morrison, regular competitor. He got, I believe it was 4th at Manitoba's Strongest Man last year. Lane. Jesse loves his pressing, but I don't think he got a down command. I'll count it because I can't see Andrew's hand. So I don't think he got that first rep, but I can't say for certain that he didn't. Yeah, I believe he's already put himself in the lead here. For 5 unofficial reps for Jesse Morrison. I think he's checking. Yeah, he knows he already won, so. He's getting talked into it by the MC for another rep. His log PR is over 100 pounds heavier than this. That was 7 unofficial reps. We will wait and see if he did get the down command on that first rep. And Rider Joy did officially get 4 reps, so I believe I had him at 3. So that, yeah. So Jesse didn't get that first rep, so he's actually credited with 6 official reps. We have our last category, which is our men's open. We have 3 competitors here. We got Garrett Wersiak, Mateo Clayton, and Lane Campbell. Oh, Garrett Wersiak with a 1 good rep. So I'm trying to fix an error while commentating and tracking the reps done, because this we're getting an error. That's why it still says Jesse on the screen. There's actually Garrett Wersiak in lane 1 against Mateo Clayton in lane 2. A second good rep from Garrett, and I think he's calling it there. Oh. All right. Bump my controller. Sorry for moving the camera. What happens on your one-man crew? Okay, we should be able to get the name on screen now. We only need 1 lane. Lane does love his pressing, but his issue is always the clean. If he can get this to his chest, I think he can get a rep here. Oh. No, probably just spent too much energy getting that up. Right, so that is it for our first event. We are going to take a short break, and our next event is going to be the front hold. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to try to fix some of the display issues we've been having, and we're going to have to reposition our cameras for the front hold. But hopefully, I will try, if possible, before we're starting the front hold, to get the leaderboards for you, so you can see kind of where everyone ended up. But yeah, we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Our shows run quick, so yeah, see you soon. You know what? My bad on the break screen. Yeah, that's still our Rumble in the Valley, our Western Canada's strongest master sponsor. So instead, I am just going to mute myself and let you watch the reset between events. Okay, so I think we're about to get started right away. So we did update our. We fixed one of our cameras. We may still be having issues with the name displays. We were having some problems with that last week at Western Canada's Strongest Master, and made some attempts to fix it, but it has, as really most people who have done much work with spreadsheets or coding, fixing one problem has led to the creation of another. So I will try to fix that on the fly as best as I am able. But in this case, we are going to have our men's categories on one side and our women's categories on the other. This is going to be a front hold event, so which means that athletes are going to have to hold, in this case, these frames out at arm's length. Judges are going to be watching that their elbows are locked out the whole time, that their arms are forming a 90-degree angle with their torso, straight out in front of them, and the back of their hips, their butt, their shoulders, and their head all have to be touching that upright of the squat rack. Typically, athletes will get a warning, and then if it happens a second time, that is the end of your attempt. It looks like in lane 2, we're going to have our teen women. And then in lane 1, let's see, it'll either be our U80 men or our Masters 50 plus. Looks like it's going to be our U80 men. Yeah, I get this updated. The sheet does not, or the graphics don't update while they're hidden, so it's not Mateo Clayton against Jesse Morrison. This will be Dano Trenholm, not against, but up at the same time as Natasha McMullen. Get a refresh here. Okay. Oh. I didn't hear the start command over the crowd, so I started that a couple seconds late. This is one of the couple of the categories that are getting errors. Not sure the reason. Oh, Natasha goes down already. All the women are doing the same weight, so this is the same weight for our teen women up until our open women. So Natasha taking on a big challenge. There's a 25-pound frame for the women. Oh, Dano, his left arm is failing him. His right arm was holding strong. All right, up next, Tom Hall, owner of Iron Image, is going to be up against our women's U57. So first one out is going to be Kim Cornelson. Her name is coming up, so I will. Oh, I should be. Let me give it a second to refresh. The women's U57 is selected, and Jesse Morrison is not a under 57 kilo woman. Oh. Okay, I'm not going to be able to start the clock because they started at vastly different times. There we go. Cornelson's name up now. Men's U80 is still showing an error, but both of these athletes looking very steady. I will talk to our referees and get them to to start both lanes at the same time because Tom goes down. That was probably about the same time as Dano. Dano might have actually edged him in that event. Kim, her body, she's wanting to bend the elbows. Kim is a combat sports athlete. She has a very good intuition of leverages, which can make it really hard to override. When your body is, you're always used to finding the best way to leverage an opponent. You're gonna naturally try to do that, even in this event where it is explicitly against the rules to take advantage of leverages by bending your arms. Up next, we got Cody Beckert. He is going to be going at the same time as Nicole Horseman. Looks like Andrew is going to be starting his lane early again, so won't be able to get a timer for this one either. Fortunately, I will have to recruit a volunteer to go yell at the judges for me. Cody already looks a little bit wobbly. They start a different time. I can't use it. That's how boring it is. A timed event with no time. Okay, Gian is on the mission to get the judges to cooperate. I know from a viewer experience, watching a timed event, like a 4-time for as long as possible event, when there is no timer, is absolutely mind-numbing. So we're gonna get them on the same page here. We were also having an issue with the timer at Westerns, where for some reason, even though I have it set to just continue indefinitely, it's stopping at a minute. Oh, we got our women's U57 and our men's U90 starting now. But this is one of the categories that it's skipping the first couple. So this is actually Boone Drummond, not Denzel LeBlanc. Start at the same time. We got a good timer now. So Boone up against Caitlin Nault. Caitlin is a local for Iron Image. Actually one of the staff here at the gym, and was convinced to try out Strongman after having a High Rocks background. So Caitlin goes down around the 35-second mark. Boone's still holding strong with that 40-pound frame. His arms are starting to drop, and he goes down at about 43 seconds. All right, our next actual men's U90 competitor is going to be Randy Lowen. So these are the two deadlift specialists, which I gotta say, this is a rough start for deadlift specialists because both of the first two events are not favorable to individuals who have long arms. With this event, the longer your arms, the further out in front of your body that frame is going to be. So it's just really rough. Anybody who's ever had to carry anything in your arms for a long distance knows you keep that close to your body, it's going to make everything way, way easier. We know that pretty instinctively, so this is opposite situation. Randy looking pretty solid so far, and I forgot to start the climber. We're about 5 seconds behind. Sabrina, eyes closed, in her happy place, trying to block out the burning in her shoulders that I'm sure she's already feeling. She's already looking a little bit shaky. Holding pretty strong. Kim went about 35 seconds, so Sabrina has about another 10. Oh, she's starting to struggle a little bit. That frame is lowering ever so slowly. Randy goes down at about 30 seconds. Oh, we're about 5 seconds behind, so I think Sabrina actually edged Kim Cornelison on that event. Remember, the clock is the most important thing right now. So I will do better. We're onto our women's U73. This is one of our categories that's giving us an error, fortunately. I don't know why it's certain categories. When I fix an issue with a score sheet, I just copy and paste that over to all the other categories, and that works typically. I don't know why it's only certain categories. If it was every category, yeah, that makes sense. But the crowd is cheering, and I slightly missed the whistle there. But this is actually, sorry, she's a new competitor. I got to check her last name, Annalise Lusek, and up against this is Chris Cron. So I don't know if did Denzel skip attempt. Oh, it has. At least goes down at about the 44-second mark. Okay, now we got Denzel LeBlanc up. Our second camera just died again as operator walked away. Still waiting. We're on to our women's U82. Only one competitor in that U73. So this is going to be Kara Richmond. Second lane. Not Shelby Hogard. It is Kara Richmond. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can just refresh to an older version of our sorting formula so we can get the right names on here. And Kara goes on right at the 1 minute mark. I'm gonna remove the names for a second, and then I'll be back with a fix. Up next is going to be men's side. I don't know which category we're jumping to. It's going to be one of the Masters categories. I believe it's going to be the Masters lightweight, 40-plus lightweight. And on the women's side, up next is going to be Jocelyn Grimmelson. Yes, we got Joey Hatcher coming out for the men's Masters lightweight. Jocelyn Grimmelson in the women's U82. I think I said women's open because Jocelyn just dropped down to the U82, so I'm not used to her being in this category. Both athletes still holding strong. Joey's looking a bit shaky. Oh, right as I said. Right as I said, he's looking strong. Joey is kind of a shaky competitor. He just a bit uncoordinated. Less than at 45 seconds. She's got to go for a minute to beat Kara, and I will try to restart our time right on the 1 minute mark so we can get a continuous timer. Still holding. It's starting to go down. Oh, right at the 1 minute mark. Oh, I restarted the timer anyway. Didn't mean to. Okay, up next for our men's masters lightweight, we have Dan Sursky, and on our women's U82, Shelby Hogard. They did get the start command, but Dan missed it, so get maybe a time punishment. I don't know what the situation is there. Their view here. Shelby lane, I guess what I've been calling lane 2. The women on the women's side, holding the yellow frame. You can also see there's tape on the ground. Their shoes have to be touching that tape. They can't have their feet too far out in front. Dan starting to look a little bit wobbly as they approach the 50-second mark. Shelby goes down. All of our U82 women were neck and neck. Dan goes down at 55 seconds. The times on this event have been remarkably consistent. Okay, so up next it's going to be our men's 105s and our women open category, and I think I have fixed the names, so. I think that fix is just taking a second to update. The athletes holding strong. It'll update as soon as they're done, I bet. Cam Troyne is close to, or is on the men's side with Aaron Penner in the women's, and they go down both around the 50-second mark. Yes. Okay. So the men's side is. Oh, there we go. I predicted it. I said it would update right as they went down. Aaron's side did. The men's 105 is having an issue with missing the first two athletes again. Oh, wait. I figured out the problem. This updates. Yes, there we go. Okay, we got Simon Jansen against Michelle Kamanik, and I have figured out the issue. Now I just got to remember which categories had the problem so I can go and fix them all. Athletes looking good so far. Simon's side. He's starting to look a little bit wobbly. His kind of whole body just is shaking a little bit. It's easier to see in person than on camera. Breathing heavy. Michelle, this is her type of event. Just events where you can just grit it out is right up Michelle's alley. Simon, you can see that frame moving around now. Starting to struggle a little bit. Michelle, the patented grizzly scream. She's holding it, starting to bend her arms a little bit. She might get a warning from the referee. Yep, she did. She's still holding. She's at 55 seconds. There we go. We're starting on after. Oh, okay, about a minute 2 seconds. So 62 seconds there, approximately, for Michelle. Up next, going to be Darcy Rintoul, up at the same time as Emma Lee Grimmelson. Emma was on commentary last week for Western Canada's Strongest Master. Her and Ryan Fraze did a phenomenal job, as always. Now I'm stuck doing it myself while doing everything else, so I apologize for the drop in commentary quality. Darcy flipping around the frame, trying to. He has a secret. Clock was delayed a little bit there, a couple seconds behind. The athlete's looking really solid so far. You see how Darcy actually he does have a bit of a trick here. He grabbed it lower on the frame and he has it tilted a little bit towards him. So that's actually the center of mass of the frame is going to be right about the middle of the entire thing. So when you tilt it towards yourself, since his hands are below the center of mass, when he tilts it towards himself, that middle of the frame is actually shifting a little bit closer to him. So that's helping with taking out some of that leverage disadvantage I was talking about when you have long arms and it's further out in front. Both athletes approaching the 1 minute mark. Will Emma be able to? Oh no, she goes down right at a minute. We were a couple seconds behind, so she might have edged out Michelle. We're gonna have to wait for official times. And by wait, I mean let's just move over to the other side of the sheet. Michelle officially credited with 64 seconds. Emma says 56.8 actually. So, we're trying to start them at the same time so I can use the one timer. But I think the referees are still keeping their own individual timers. So maybe it's just how long it took Emma to get into the correct position. So it was a few seconds behind the actual start command. So Michelle is still the leader with an official 64 seconds. But all of our open women so far between 49 and 64. So only a 15-second gap. Up next, we have Clinton Grad, and he is up against Carrie Lyon, new competitor, who had a very good showing. The overhead press. Come on, timer. Okay, there we go. Very good showing in the overhead press to start things off. Second place finish. This is another shoulder strength event. A little bit different than the log press that has a lot of technique to it. This is just brute shoulder strength, it's grit, and it's endurance, muscular endurance, not so much cardio endurance, but shoulders are going to be burning. You're going to be building up lactic acid the whole time. It's how much you can tolerate that and how good your body is at clearing out those metabolites that are going to cause your muscles to shut down after a long enough time. She's approaching Erin's time. Tyler, her referee, telling her to make her arm straight. She's still looking strong. She's passing Emma, and she goes down. So she'll probably be somewhere between Emma and Michelle, unless her timer was started a little bit later. If she took a second to get into a correct starting position. The athlete changeover is so fast. I don't even have time to go over to the scores on stream. Harry ended up with 59.8 seconds, so that puts her in second behind Michelle. A second straight second place position so far. One athlete left to go. Anna Fund, who won the log press for our open women. Up again and going at the same time. I keep saying up against. At the same time. They're not head-to-head competitors. Against Mark Schramm, who took second in our 105 men. Anna won the first shoulder strength event. This event, a little bit different though. Anna has an Olympic lifting background. She's very explosive. Helps her with her press a lot. But this is endurance and more of pure shoulder strength. You can't use your legs. And with that, Olympic lifting is all about the leg power. Mark, very good strict presser, so very good shoulder strength when it comes to his pressing. They're both looking a little bit shaky already. Mark, his left arm is coming down at about the 42-second mark. Anna's still holding strong, looking to pass Erin. And now she's going to be just seeing how many points she can get. She only has about 10 seconds before she gets the overall win. Anna's also very good at these grit-it-out type events. She's at the 1 minute mark. We're going to need to wait for an official time, but I think she's passing Michelle. I believe that she held it long enough for a first place finish. Let's check the official score sheet, and yes. Let me put, get a second. Back over to the athlete screen. I didn't start my clock. Okay. I'm sorry about that. This is why I said I don't have time to go over to the scores. Let me get the scores out of the way here. James Lily's holding strong. Let's check out what the times are so far for this category. So far, Darcy Rantoul is in the lead with 66.5 seconds. I don't think James is that far. I think yeah. Okay, so James was trying to grit that out. He was actually given the down so that it stopped his timer, but he was still trying to hold it. He had tuned everything out. He was just focused on holding it as long as he could. He had to be told again that attempt was over. Okay. Starting with our men's open. There we go. But we only need one lane now. Off lane 2 here. Oh, sorry. We're actually going to our men's Masters 50 plus. I think we missed them on the earlier round. Actually, we have the 120s before the opens as well. So we still have a couple men's categories left. We also still have our Masters heavyweights. This is... Oh, I got to change the category. My bad. I was looking at the scores. Oops. Not women's masters. Men's masters. Go. We're starting off with Dan McMullen. Dan chose not to do the log press. You know, probably knew with the weight, maybe the fact that he's up against Rob Snow. Knew he was better to save his energy, so he went down around the 35, 36 second mark. So after Dan is going to be Rob Snow. We can get the category centered on screen. As soon as I try to do anything additional, I forget something else that I need to be doing, but you can at least get the athlete centered in frame. Rob Snow gonna have to beat 36.7 seconds. Dan McMullen, but he went all out in the log press. His shoulders might be a bit fatigued already. Also, now that we're down to one lane, we got a bit more strict. Luckily, we're only doing this for we didn't have two judges jump in, but when a category was still going. But now we got two judges looking very intently at the one athlete, making sure that everything is followed to a T. Rob Snow has already taken the lead, but he's going to go see how long he can get. He's starting to bend his arms a little bit. He's probably going to get told to stop very soon. Oh, he straightened him out a tiny bit. No, and he's down. He knew he was getting away with a little bit there, so tried to keep himself honest, but as soon as he did, that frame started to drop. So I haven't been able to keep track of comments. Oh, we got some Western strongmen, strongwomen chat. Larson Air and Jack Jackie. Thank you for tuning in to our little regional show. And okay, it looks like you were tuning in during the log press. Dolby is the strongest Langelar. I know a Langelar that might dispute that. All right, I gotta go back to the score so I don't get too far behind. Apologies for not being able to stay on top of the comments as well. We got Cam. Oh, as soon as I go to the comments, I ended up behind. We're starting our men's U120 category that's showing it's missing a couple athletes, so I gotta fix this. But this is Cam Rishot Ross from Iron Age Gym. Oh, he got his name just as he was exiting the screen. And up next is going to be the debutante, Noah Miniker. Cam had an official time of 48.8 seconds. Oh, we got Noah Miniker up. Martin on him now. All right, so we're going to be wrapping a chain around the our other frame so we can get other categories going. We're going to have all competitors from a category all on the same implement. So we're not going to have like men's open on the green frame and on the yellow frame plus a chain. but we are going to have the men's 120 going on the green frame, while another category is going on the yellow frame after adding a chain to it. Our clock is ready for Aaron to go. Looks like we might wait for the other category to get started. Our second camera keeps overheating, which is why I haven't been switching them too much. Hopefully for the frame, though, be able to use both cameras to get a couple more angles for you guys. It looks like we're going to be doing our men's open. Yellow frame. It's going to show Mateo Clayton, perfect. Got his name on there. Mateo took a second to lock his elbows, so his time will probably be a little bit, a couple seconds longer than the time shown on screen. Down at about the 12-second mark, so we probably hit about the 10 seconds. Aaron Clark still holding strong. He has it tilted a bit towards him, but you see when you're grabbing it in the center, tilting the top towards you doesn't change where the center of mass is. It's kind of just spinning around the center when you've grabbed it there. So might be trying to take advantage, but doesn't have the technique quite down yet. Or it might have just been the most comfortable way to grab it. Who knows? Went down around the 30-second mark for Aaron there. Up next, we're going to have Ryder Joy. He's going to be up against Lane Campbell once we get the names updated on there. There we go. Ryder Joy, far side of your screen. Lane Campbell up close. Lane grabbed it really low, but he is holding it straight up and down. Oh, and down around the 14-second mark. I want to know how heavy that chain is. Maybe Lane is just looking to get points on Mateo. Maybe he knows he can't beat Garrett. Ryder still holding strong around the 30-second mark. Starting to shake a little bit. Hit 40. He's shaking, but he's still going. Oh, okay, and it goes down. About the 43-second mark there for Ryder. Up next for the men's open is going to be Garrett Wurstiuk. And on the men's 120 side, looks like it's going to be Jesse Morrison. Jesse flew that up into the start position. Garrett also doing the same thing Lane did, grabbing it really low down. He isn't angling it towards himself, though, so going to get an advantage with the tilt. Garrett has already taken first in the men's open. The leading time for the men's 120 right now is 51.5 seconds. We had a couple athletes who were quite a bit short, so I don't know who set that marker, but they're gonna be picking up some points. They're pretty early on to go in this frame hold. Garrett goes down. That was about the 42, 43-second mark. Jesse still holding strong. He's at 50 seconds. He's going to take the lead. He already has it. He's still holding. Jesse winning the log press. You knew he had strong shoulders. This is a great start to the competition for Jesse. Right around the 1-minute mark, which is good because I was not ready to restart the timer, so that worked out perfectly. Now, I believe we have one category left, which is the Masters Heavyweight. I don't know which frame they're going to be on. Looks like they're going to be on the green frame. So we're going to get lane 2 out of here. Not. Maybe they're the yellow frame. No, they're doing the green frame. Okay. Yes, we got lane 1 out. Be BJ Hecker up first. If anyone is interested watching this, not to drive you away from our show, but Eastern Canada's Strongest Man is happening on JF Caron's Instagram page. So if you're interested in watching that, I'm sure you can watch both. Oh, camera overheated. Sorry about that. I was getting the news about Easterns and wasn't able to switch over. Okay, we'll stick with the reliable camera since we're just down to the one lane. Jackie says, can't wait for the deadlift rep off. Well, this deadlift, we had the rep off at Western Canada's Strongest Master last week. This time it is going to be a deadlift pyramid. So there's what's become more common, we've seen it at a few shows now, is the deadlift where they start off at an elevation, they hit a rep, they roll the bar forward and go onto a step, or the bar drops off of a step to make it more of a deficit. Usually it's still an elevation, but they're going from like 14 inches to 12 inches to 10 inches, something like that. So this time it is a timed event, so it's a 5 reps. You don't rep it out at the end, and it's going to be, I believe the heights are 13 inches, 11 inches, 9 inches, and then back up, I guess, or back down the steps, up on elevation. So you go 13, 11, 9, 11, 13, and the athlete who completes all the reps in the fastest time wins. Okay, very quick up for the next athlete. You know what? I think Bruce Feud opted to pass on. Oh, no, that was Bruce. It's just not updating the name. There you go. This is Jeff Foster. There we go. Jeff holding strong. He's ooh. Look like he almost dropped that on his toe, but thankfully not. And up next is going to be Trevor Jaworski. Got second in our log press, so second last Masters heavyweight to go. I jumped the gun a little bit there. He was given the start command, but he still held it on his lap, so the referee didn't start the timer until he was at the start position, the arms extended. Timer's probably about a couple seconds ahead, probably 2 or 3. To mind if he starts to approach that time to beat. Lane 2 weight on there. .40 seconds. Trevor is getting close to that time to beat. A really good start for him in the competition. There's only one athlete left to go, and I believe that does pass him or put him into first place. Yeah, for sure by now. We'll have to wait for the official time, but I'd guess that was probably about 51 seconds for Trevor there. Lastly, we have Gord Grimolfsson, the last Masters heavyweight to go. Oh, who's going? We'll give it the official. Trevor lasted 53 seconds. We're pretty much on the nose. Maybe because of the camera delay, it seemed like we were a bit behind, but. We're about halfway there. Still looking really strong, very steady. Trying to keep those arms straight. He's reflexively trying to pull them in. Ten more seconds to go before he takes the lead. Starting to wobble. The left arm is dropping. No, and he goes down. Second place. Pretty confident in second place, but not enough to quite take the lead from Trevor. So they will have traded first and second places. Putting them in a tie for first. And up next is going to be the deadlift pyramid. So I am going to try to run through as many results as I can before our deadlift pyramid gets started. Very refreshing. I'm going to go from the categories that are about to go first. Teen women, Natasha McMullen. Sorry. Found another small error. I'll fix this during the intermission. So I will affecting our first two categories, but we can fix it after that. For Natasha, she is our only teen woman, and she has 2 points, obviously in first place. Unfortunately, she is competing against herself, as she always does, but she'll soon be in the senior, I guess, or open age ranks, and finally have other competition. For our 257. Sorry, like I said, this is affecting our first two categories, this error. But I'll get it sorted. Kim Cornelson and Nicole Horseman. So we got the event points. They're just not adding. So Kim right now in the lead with 3.5 points, and Nicole in second with 2.5 points. They're neck and neck. For our 264 women. We're gonna get this updated. Okay. All right, it's slow to refresh. So for our U64 women, we have Sabrina McMullen in the lead with 4 points, and Caitlin Null, there we go, in second with 1 point so far in our first competition. Our U73s, we only have one athlete, so Annalise Lusek is in first with 1 point. Our U82 women, so this category, Jocelyn Grimolfsson currently in the lead with 5.5 points. Shelby Hogard was going into that event tied for the lead, but is now in second with 3.5. And Kara Richmond is in third place with 3 points. You can also see on screen we have arrows indicating whether athletes have moved up or down in placing. So Shelby, as you can tell, tied for first, dropping to second. Down arrow to help you navigate how athletes did on the most recent event. In our women's open category, get this refreshed. Anastasia Fun remains in first place with her second straight event win. Carrie Lyon stayed in second after a third place finish. Michelle Kamanik moved up from fifth place into fourth. Emma dropped down from third place into 4th. 3rd place. Yes. And then Aaron Penner moving. Anna and Aaron both moved up from the U82s, but Aaron is currently in 5th place. But she is going to be looking pressing strength, shoulder strength, never her strongest suit. This deadlift is going to be much better for her, and then the moving events later on in the competition are going to be really good for Aaron. So she's going to make her way up that leaderboard for sure. And then we have no men's team. 1 second. All right, for our men's U80. Oh, this is one of the categories that's having an issue. Let me quickly fix this because I'll need to fix it for the next event anyway. Okay. Oh, come on, get everyone. And we can get all 3 names. I believe in you, score sheet. Okay. We got 2 out of 3. It's just slow to refresh. But Tom Pahal is currently in first with 5.5 points. And Dano Trenholm, Cody Becker is in second with 3.5 points. And then Dano Trenholm is in third with 2 points. There we go. Finally refreshed. On to our men's U90. Denzel LeBlanc in first place with 8 points. Chris Cron second with 4. In our men's under 105. Let's jump to the men's masters. Sorry, it's just sometimes it's slow to update. For men's masters, Rob Snow currently in first place with 4 points, and Dan McMullen in second with 1 point. So he did decide to not attempt the log, so not a surprise that Rob Snow coming off with an early advantage. For our men's masters lightweights, there we go. It's refreshing now. Got Dan Sersky in first place with 4 points. Oh, actually, we're starting our event. We have Natasha McMullen up right now. On her own. Oh, I gotta move the camera over. Sorry, I had zoomed in. Oh no. Getting into the audience here. Oh, for anyone who isn't aware, this competition was supposed to be outside. But we had a forecast for rain. And so we kind of had to last minute move everything inside. So we're gonna adjust the camera angles here. I'll find a volunteer and I'll get them to put the camera more side on, so you're able to see the athletes. Or Martin's camera can stop overheating. We can go to that one while I adjust the camera. For next. I believe we're going head to head here, so next we're going to have our women's U57. Not Joey Hatcher. Okay, well, this is Nicole Horseman and Kim Cornelson. Kim moving very quickly through this ladder. Full rep ahead of Nicole, but they both finish. Oh, these categories change so quickly that I don't have time to just to get up and move the camera. That's okay, as long as Martin's camera doesn't overheat, we're good. We're going to go on to our women's U64s. Waiting for the update, but this is Caitlin Nault, far side of your screen, and Sabrina McMullen on the near side. And the weight for these women is 255 pounds. There we go. We got one name up. Caitlin doing really good here. She only has one more rep to finish the event, and looking very easy for Caitlin. Struggled a little bit on the shoulder strength events, the press and the front hold, but now showing that she is a deadlifter. We're on to our women's U73. There's only one athlete in this category, so this is going to be Annalise Lusek. Going to be 275 pounds for our women's U73. So I'm not sure why the names are blank. Two easy reps from Annalise. 3 reps down, 2 to go. And a very quick rep for Anna there on the deadlift pyramid. Very quick rep, very quick set, very quick event. All the reps were very quick. And we'll be moving on to our women's under 82 category. Got the names, but they're in the switch sides. Hopefully it doesn't duplicate them. Yes, we got both names. Okay, we got Kara Richmond up against Shelby Hogard. Shelby going to be closest to your screen. Kara on the far side. Both these women newer to the sport. Shelby's first season was last year, and Kara just did our novice show. They're neck and neck so far. Shelby getting the down command a little bit ahead. And then simultaneous deadlifts again. 1 rep to go for both of them. Shelby inches in front, but Kara gets the last rep faster. What a roller coaster. Each one had the lead. They just traded it on every single rep. The other athlete caught up and passed the athlete who had the lead on the rep before. Oh. If you got great resolution, you might be able to read our score sheet. There is also a link to it. Actually, I'm going to put that in the Put that in the chat. There we go. Link to the score sheet. Sorry, I'm doing so much. I forgot about that. Okay, up next, our last U82 women. This is going to be Jocelyn Grimmelson. Speaking of forgetting things. Fuck. Jocelyn. There we go. 4 reps down. You know, Jocelyn not being up against somebody, that might have actually punished her, because even though she did that really fast, I think the race between Kara and Shelby might have gotten them to speed through that faster than Jocelyn did. We'll check the score sheet. Everyone got 5 reps. Jocelyn was pretty quick. I just don't know if just having that head-to-head aspect made Kara and Shelby go a little bit faster. No, Jocelyn finished in 14 seconds, so she was ahead with Shelby and Kara finishing on the score sheet a 1/100th of a second difference. I think there was a bit of a stopwatch error, but that is the correct order, so you know, that's all good. We got Aaron against Emma. Their currently names are in wrong lane, so let's see if we can get that refreshed. Perfect. Oh. I had the wrong button and our graphics might disappear. No, we're good. Okay, Aaron's getting out ahead of Emma right now. She's a rep ahead, already on the down part of the staircase, pyramid. And Aaron's done. About 14 seconds there for Aaron. Emma has 1 rep left to do. She finishes at about the 22-second mark. Our next athlete pairing is going to be Carrie Lyon against Michelle Kamanik. Now, one thing that I just realized that they're doing is the athlete going last is on their own. Typically in a strongman show, this is probably just trying to get the show done in a timely manner and got overlooked. But typically in a strongman show, athletes going first would be on their own because the athlete going last won the previous event, and so they've earned an advantage. Now this is Michelle's favorite event, the deadlift. Michelle has a near 500-pound deadlift. Oh! It looks like Carrie missed the first down command, and they made her go back to the start. That's going to be really rough. She had done 2, if not, I don't know if she got the rep on the top of the pyramid, but she had to basically go back to the start at the same time that Michelle finished the entire run. That is going to be brutal for Carrie. One more rep here. She finishes the run, but just a really heartbreaking mistake there. But that's competition. You got to listen to the refs. That would have been explained to the athletes during the rules meeting. I know for this next athlete coming up, Anastasia Fund, that was one thing that we talked about beforehand, is that relatively lightweight. So you got to make sure that you're listening for the down command, that you're not going to be jumping the gun. Anna isn't the best deadlifter. The deadlift is definitely her weakest event. She's a phenomenal mover, a phenomenal presser. We'll be looking to pick up a few points here. We're actually going a little bit more steady on this. Probably just going to be looking to beat Emma for a 3rd place spot. Still can. She's got a couple seconds left. And I think that edged out Emma by about a second. We'll wait for the official time here. She got all 5 reps. Emma did it in 24.4, and Anna did it in 21.8. So that was a 3rd place finish for Anna, which keeps her in 1st place after her worst event. A really great spot for her, and we're going to be moving on our men's categories. Oh, sorry, 1 second. I was fixing a error. Let's get our men's U80s on screen. And let's get both of them on screen. This is Cody Becker versus Dano Trenholm. Also got to get them into the right lanes. Cody only one more rep before he finishes the run. Dano taking a break at the top there. He's going to call it. Okay, the plot thickens with this this issue of duplicating names. It's only happening for the men. The women were fine. I don't know. I have no explanation for that. We are down to our last U80 male athlete. This is going to be Tom Pahal. Clock reset for him. Good rep from Tom. Tom is a really great deadlifter, has a powerlifting background, so he's going to be looking to get through this pretty quick. Good rep from Tom. He's on the down side of the pyramid. One more rep to go from Tom, and he has it. No straps from Tom either. Okay, there we go. Our point totals are adding up now for those first two categories. So we are moving on to our men's U90 category. So this will be Boone Drummond against Denzel LeBlanc. Oh no, my bad. We're moving on to our men's Masters 50, and it's going to be Dan McMullen against Rob Snow. Rob Snow also has a powerlifting background. You can see he's walking out without straps. Oh, and we got the names just in time. And with a smooth first rep. Rob with also with a smooth first rep. Rob looks like he's taking his time through this. Good second rep from Rob and second rep from Dan. And the top of the pyramid's good for both athletes. They're on the downward slope. It's not really a slope. It's downward staircase, I guess. One more rep from Rob. Dan is grinding through that fourth rep. And Rob has finished his event, all 5 reps. And Dan just behind him. I forgot to start the clock, but they are the only 2 athletes in their category. So the head-to-head was all that mattered. Now, we're going to have our men's U90 category. I'll take a quick peek at the... Yeah, no, we're all good. I'm not missing much. And we got our second camera. Has been moved, so we got a good angle now again. Might be cut off just a tiny bit. See if we can get the judge's hands in there. Yeah, that's good. There we go. Now we got two good angles to view the action from. And we're going to have Boone Drummond going to be up against Denzel LeBlanc. Just got to swap out the weights. So we got time while this refreshes. We got Boone's name, just waiting on Denzel. My bad. The category where the two first athletes were missed. Okay, so we actually have Chris Cron versus Randy Lowen. Randy, like I said, he is a phenomenal deadlifter. He's got those long arms. You can see his lockout is so low. Chris grinding through the second rep. Randy's already at the top of the pyramid on the way down. And these are moving faster and faster for Randy. Chris, this is going to be the hardest rep of the entire set. Going for it. Oh, just couldn't quite get the bar off the ground. Just giving it one more try. No, it's not happening for Chris. He laughs it off. Up next, we're going to have Boone Drummond against Denzel LeBlanc. They're swapping sides. Hopefully we get both names, but we'll probably end up with a duplicate. Oh no, we got both names. Okay, so Boone Drummond on the far side, Denzel LeBlanc close to you. Boone is a phenomenal deadlifter as well. Those long, lanky arms. Bit of a grindy first rep though. Denzel moving faster so far. A good second rep from Denzel. That was very quick. He's gonna have to watch for that down command. There we go. There's better lockout. Boone's at the top of the pyramid. Denzel's on the way down. Denzel gets the fourth rep, no problem, and he has one more rep to go. And he finishes the run. Boone can't quite get the top of the pyramid. You know, what's probably happening with Boone is if you don't have much experience pulling from elevation, it can sometimes just mess you up on, you can't quite find your starting position. You don't know where you feel tight and where your body needs to be. And so you expend a lot more energy on those first couple of reps. It happened to me when we did the similar type of event here at Manitoba's back in 2023, where it was not on the way, not a pyramid where it's on the way down as well, but just a staircase. And I burnt myself out so bad on the first couple reps pulling from elevation, where people are usually stronger, and I was just gassed. Just switch our category here. This is Joey Hatcher versus Dan Sursky. Joey struggling with the bar off the ground. Dan Sursky, I think he got a rep, but he didn't get the down command, so he had to do it twice. 455 pounds for our men's masters lightweights. Dan Sursky's at the top of the pyramid. Joey Hatcher has decided to call it. Not able to get her up there for Joey. Dan is on the way down. Fourth rep is good for Dan Sursky. One to go. And a good fifth rep for Dan Sursky. Completes the entire run in about 36 seconds. And up next is likely our men's under 105. Could also be our men's masters lightweights because they're using the same loads as the men's 105. No, it is going to be our men's U105 category. So 475 pounds for our under 105s. We got Oh, we got to flip them. We got Cam Chorney on the near side, Mark Schramm on the far side. The names are flipped right now, but these are the correct athletes out on the field. There we go. Names are correct. Good second rep from Mark. You can see he's pushing the bar down as he lowers it, so it sets in position faster. A very efficient run from Mark. About 14 seconds there. Cam's at the top of the pyramid, going for the third rep. Locks it out. Now he just has to go on the way down. This is where they start getting easier, but you're already tired. Big pull from Cam. Strong rep. He only has one to go. He's got this. It's moving. He can finish this rep. And a full run from Cam Chorney. And just as he finishes, get our duplicate and our camera overheats. Up next is Simon Jansen against James Weary. Sorry, Wary. So, Simon Jansen's going to be closest to you. Sorry for our athlete there standing directly in the way of the screen. James Wary, far side of the screen. Still waiting for the names to refresh. But James already through the top of the pyramid. James last year was still a teen competitor. He's doing the same strategy as Mark, where he uses his thighs to push the bar forward on the way down. One more rep for Simon Jansen. And it's good. Full run for both athletes. One of the other competitors just told Natasha there that she was in the way of the camera, so I didn't have to run over. All right, and these will be our last two. Oh, and then we just got the games updated. Okay, we got to flip them. We got Clint Grad on the far side of the screen, and Darcy Rentoul. And we can switch back to our wider or better angle here. Camera's working again. The athletes just strapping in. Clint doing straps and a mixed grip. Maybe he's worried about his grip here. Good first rep from both athletes. Darcy moving quickly between reps. Clint a bit more hesitant. Clint does have a history of back issues, so he might be. His delts is strong when he's healthy, but Darcy's done the run. Clint, he's still looking strong on all these reps, just moving a bit gingerly, so maybe just worried about aggravating something. But I think he'll finish this run, just won't be in a great time. Good fourth rep. He only has one left. Yeah, and he finishes the run. Like I said, he looks like he's just, yeah, I think his back is giving him issues. Don't see athletes drop down to a knee like that for nothing. Oh, he was doing a mixed grip with figure eights. I assumed it was, I've seen it every once in a while with figure sixes or figure nines. I hadn't seen that with figure eights before. That was new. That wraps up our under 105s, which so next is going to be our men's Masters 40 plus heavyweights. First two athletes are going to be Jeff Foster and Bruce Yu. Both of these training out of home gyms. Oh, assuming that we're having an issue with the gym name display, but I believe they're both home. So, timer's a couple seconds behind. But good first rep from Jeff. Bruce is saying no thank you. Don't want any part of this deadlift. Jeff is, oh, and he's holding his back, so maybe tweak something there. Jeff is at the top of the pyramid, and a good rep on the way down now. Finishes rep number 4. One more rep to finish the whole run. He's going to set the pace for the rest of the athletes to come after. Finishes the entire run. Great effort from Jeff. That was about 32 seconds for the run. We'll wait for an official time. Okay, it was actually about 35 seconds. Jeff's full run. And up next is going to be BJ Heckert and Gord Grimmelson. Oh, it was Grim Gordelson. Oh, and I gotta flip their names. Trevor was BJ had to wave off Trevor. He was trying to jump in. Easy first rep from Gord. Easy second rep as Brian completes his first. Sorry, Brian and BJ. I keep using his interchangeably. I know him as BJ, but he chose to go by Brian here. 4 reps done for Gord. This is going to be a really fast run. All 5. Super quick run. Brian is at the top of the pyramid, but he can't quite lock it out. He's going to call it there. 1 athlete left to go. Trevor Jaworski for the deadlift pyramid. So we'll drop down to 1 lane here. We'll switch to the nearer camera for Trevor's run. Gotta reset our clock. Okay, so the time to beat right now is 5 reps in 16.5 seconds. Good first rep from Trevor, although I think Gord is moving faster. So Trevor's probably just going to be looking to get second here. Oh, took his straps off the bar to roll it forward. Just doing a mixed grip now. This is about Gord's time, so now Trevor's just going to be looking to secure second place. Last rep of the run. And he finishes it. So that, I believe, is comfortably in second place for Trevor. Yes, Jeff finished into 35. Trevor was about 25. So that'll put him in second place. We have our last 2 categories, our men's U120s and our men's open, coming up after a quick weight change. Back to 2 lanes now. For our men's 120s, it's going to be Aaron Clark up against Ryder Joy. And we got our other camera back. This one's nicer for the deadlift because you can see field better. Aaron on the far side. Oh, still says Gord. Definitely not Gord Grimmel. So there we go. Ryder Joy. Aaron's calling it there. Ryder having no problems with this 505-pound deadlift at the top of the pyramid on the way down. There's 1 rep to go. And as his belt comes undone, finishes the run anyway. It was a very quick run from Ryder. This is the time, so I'll let you know. His official time was 18.1 seconds. Next, we're going to have Cam Risha-Ross up against Noah Miniker. There we go. We got the names on screen. Good first rep from Cam. Noah finishes it. A little bit sluggish. A little bit slower. I shouldn't say sluggish. I'm going to move great for him. Cam's at the top of the pyramid. Noah finishes his second rep. Cam's on the way down. Oh, didn't get the down command for Noah. So that's the repeat rep number 2. Cam, only 1 rep to go to finish the run. At about 22 seconds for Cam. Noah's at the top of the pyramid. Finishes the hardest rep. Now he's on the way down. And can he lock this out? Can he lock this out? I don't think he knows how to hitch, but he gets it anyway. Only one. He was gonna call it. He's gonna call it, but he's gonna try. Oh, just broke it off the ground, but not quite there for Noah Miniker. Great effort though. Gave it everything that he had. That 4th rep was a grinder. All right, we're dropping down to 1 lane for our last U120. Jesse Morrison. Oh, camera died. Let's switch over to our other camera. Luckily, he is going to be in the lane closest to that camera. Jesse getting strapped in as we switch the weights for our men's open category coming up next. Quick first rep from Jesse. A quick second. Top of the pyramid for him. Making that 505 look very easy. 1 rep left to go. He has tons of time. And comfortably ahead of Ryder Joy's 18 seconds to put himself in his 3rd consecutive first place finish. Coming up next is our men's open division. 3 athletes here. They're going to be doing 545 pounds, I believe, for this event. 555 pounds, according to the own graphic that I made. This is going to be Lane Campbell against Mateo Clayton. Okay, we gotta switch lanes here. Hope we don't get any name duplicates. But we got Lane on the far side from the camera and Mateo on the near side. Lane, not the biggest fan of deadlifts. So he's gonna give it a shot. Both these athletes I don't think are having a great time with this deadlift event. He's gonna try to roll it in a la half Thor Bjornsson. Whatever you can do to channel any of half Thor's strength. And he got 1 side off the ground. Oh, no, not there for Lane today. It almost worked, though. It almost worked. He channeled his inner half Thor, and he got 1 side off the ground. All right, very quick reset here. We have Garrett Werstyuk up. Too fast for my graphic to refresh. This is Garrett Werstyuk. There we go. Already hit the first rep. Already done the second. He's at the top of the pyramid. Really solid reps here from Garrett. Back on the way down. Easy 4th rep. 1 rep left to go. Obviously already secured the win on this event. So he's just finishing it for pride. Last athlete to go. He wants to put on a show. Really great run from Garrett. And that's going to make him really tough to beat the rest of the way down because that is his 3rd straight event win. Okay, I am going to try to once again run through all of our... Just telling the audience, we got 15 minutes. I'm going to try to run through all of our scores here, especially now that they're actually adding up. Okay, let's get our leaderboard on screen. Okay, and for our teen... Oh. All right, so for our teen women, Natasha McMullen, only athlete in this category. She's in first place with 3 straight event wins. I try to run through these fast because we got to get the camera set up for the frame carry. And as I say that, it's going to do one of those slow refreshes that it loves to do. I'll go over some of our other single athlete categories while we wait for the refresh. Anna, she has 2 points in first place in her own category. Actually, we only have the 2 categories that have 1 athlete, so that was not a great time filler strategy. But we got our U57 women up now. So right now, Kim Cornelson in the lead with 5.5 points, 2 events to go. So if Nicole wins the next 2 events, that would give them... Ooh, if Nicole wins the next 2 events, that would give them a tie. And a all the way through kind of tie. They would each have 2 first places, each have 2 second places, and each have a tied first place. So that would come down to tiebreaker event. I don't even know if we have one picked, but we'll see what ends up happening there. Still 2 events to go. For our women's under 64, it's also slow to update. For women's under 64, Sabrina McMullen currently in first place with 5 points. Caitlin Nault is in second with 3 points. So 2 points in between them with 2 events to go means that either one could still end up on top. Try to get the graphic to refresh and jump ahead to our under 82 women. It's not our internet speed, not the issue. That we wouldn't be able to live stream if it was the internet speed. But. For our under 82 women in first place currently is Jocelyn Grimmelson, 8.5 points, so only missing out so far on half a point due to the tie with Shelby on the log. In second place, Shelby Hogard with 5.5 points, and in fourth is Kara Richmond with 4 points. And I know Kara has a hockey background, so next events like the frame carry are going to be really great for her. Of moving events, going to be her strength. Oh, there we go. We got our U82 women finally. Right as I finished talking about them. For our open women, Anastasia Fun stays in first place after a third place finish on the deadlift. Michelle Kamanik moves herself again. She's now up to second place after an event win. Carrie Lyon in third after a really rough start to that deadlift event that gave her a bit too much of an obstacle to overcome. But she's looked great so far. She's looked really strong, so I'm sure she can work her way back up in points. Emma Grimmelson in fourth with 7 points, and Erin Penner in fifth with 6 points. So still a very tight race for our open women. On to our men's categories. For our U80 men. For U80 men, Tom Pahal in first place with 7.5 points. Only 1 point behind him is Cody Beckert. And then in third place is Dano Trenholm Woodland with 3 points. For our men's, Masters 50 plus. Oh, sorry, I clicked women's master. There we go. Why isn't it, why am I getting an error? Oh, we have no 50 plus women. Rob Snow in the lead, 3 straight event wins for him. He has 6 points. So as long as he doesn't zero the next 2 events, he will have secured himself the overall win. And McMullen behind him with 2 points. For our men's U90, we have Denzel LeBlanc leading the way, 11 points, and then quite the gap because there is a battle for second place right now. Randy Lowen is currently holding second with 6 points, but only 1 point behind him, and tied for third is Boone Drummond and Chris Cron. That is a wild battle in the men's U90 for that podium, and Denzel LeBlanc is looking really, really strong so far. For our men's 40-plus lightweights, We have 2 athletes in this category. Dan Sersky's currently leading with 3 straight event wins, 6 points, and Joey Hatcher has 1 point for second place. In our men under 105, we have Darcy Runtoul leading the way, 14.5 points. Only 1 point behind him is the newly open age category competitor, James Wary, just moving up from the teens. He's in second place with 13.5. 1 point behind him is a regular competitor for us here in Manitoba, Mark Schramm, with 12.5 points. Clint Grad sitting in fourth with 10.5. Simon Jansen with 8, and Cam Chorney with 3 points. For our men's 40-plus heavyweights, we have Gord Grimmelson leading the way with 14 points, but only a point behind him is Trevor Jaworski with 13. And they have quite the lead out in front with Jeff Foster rounding out the podium with 8 points. Brian Hecker in fourth at 5, and Bruce Yude with 1 point. For our men's under 120, Jesse Morrison leading the way, 3 straight event wins for 15 points. Ryder Joy, another one of our formerly teen competitors. So we have 2 teens in second place in 2 different 2 former teens as of last year. Second place, 2 different categories as they jump up into the senior level of competition. So Ryder has 10 points. Noah Miniker and Cam Richel Ross both tied with 6, and Aaron Clark has 1 point. And our last category, our men's open, we have Garrett Werschik leading the way, also 3 straight event wins. So he has 9 points. Mateo Clayton coming in second with 2, and Elaine Campbell rounding out the podium with a single point. Okay, that was a lot to go over. I am going to mute myself as we get set up for the frame, and right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Sounds like I think I started talking before I unmuted. We're going to get started with the frame carry shortly. Sorry for the extra delay there. As I mentioned during the last event, this competition was originally supposed to be outside, and our last event of the day is going to be a stone to shoulder. So originally, we weren't going to have drop or crash pads for the stone because it's just outside on some gravel. But now the event organizer, also competitor, Tom Pahal, has been running around gathering anything that can be used as a crash pad so that we can cover a sufficiently large area that damage any of the gym flooring. So bit of a delay there as we gathered supplies, but we're getting ready to go now, and our first athlete is going to be Natasha McMullen, in women. Not Lane Campbell. You gotta refresh this. Come on, there we go. Natasha McMullen. Here we go for Natasha. Sorry, I was trying to get Tyler out of the way, so I forgot to start the timer. Natasha having no problems on the way down. Quick turn. Solid pick and fast on the way back. Kelsey Clinton grad walking alongside Natasha. Clinton was there when Natasha just started competing at Strongman, so not any official coach or anything like that, but still takes a very strong interest in both of the McMullen sisters and their competition. Next are under 57 women, under 57 kilo women. First up is going to be Nicole Horseman. We're going to have a quick weight change, so this is going to be 225 pounds in the hands for Nicole, in the hand and also just in general. Quick feet from Nicole. It looks a little bit unsteady side to side, but she's still moving fast. A bit of a slow turn, but very quick on the way back as well. About 17 seconds for Nicole to get the entire run done. And following her is going to be Cornelson, already standing inside the frame. Not sure what the delay is. Our referee, our timing referee, Andrew Langlar, is there. Oh, mopping up. We get a quick floor clean and then resume with Kim on her 225-pound frame carry. Okay, we are reset for Kim's run at the frame carry. Also very fast here for Kim. Down one way in about 5 seconds. Quick pick on the way back, and even faster on the sprint back as long as she stays upright. And a very fast run from Kim. Sometimes when you're trying to go as fast as possible on these carrying events, you can overstride, where you step a little bit too far in front of where your momentum is taking you. And when that happens, usually there's nothing you can do. You're going to go down. But she was able to stay just upright enough and have a very quick run. Very fast, but if you drop it, you're going to lose way more time than you pick up. Up next, Sabrina McMullen. Ooh, an early drop from Sabrina. This is 255 pounds for this U64 category. Once she picked it the second time, she looks really strong. No issues the rest of the way. Quick pick and very fast on the way back. So I think what happened there is she likely just didn't have the handles set in the exact right spot in her palm, so that's why she had that drop. But like you said when we were going over the scores, Caitlin Nault is only 2 points behind Sabrina. So if Caitlin wins these last two events, that would have her win, or that would put them in a full-on tie all the way across. Oh, Caitlin stumbling. She's just crossing her feet on these steps. Oh, and I forgot to start the timer. Very quick on the way back, but they both had a stumble, so I will go over and get the times for you all. They both finished the run. Caitlin in 17 seconds. That puts her ahead of Sabrina at 23 seconds. So that's one event down of the two that Caitlin needs. And up next is going to be Anna Lusek. Time competitor. Just waiting for the name to refresh. Very speedy on the way down. She is crossing her feet a little bit. You know, she dropped the frame and overran it a little bit. That made her turn around a little bit longer. Ooh, slipped out of her grip on the way back. But she still finishes a couple of drops, but she was very fast when she was moving, so still finished that in a decent time. And next up is going to be our U82 women, starting off with Kara Richmond. I think Kara's going to be really fast at this event. She has a hockey background. Moving. Super strong moving. Kind of made that same mistake where she just let go of the frame and overran it a little bit. Oh, and then a drop on the way back. But still, again, very fast run all the way through. Finished that in about 15 seconds. Sorry for cutting out the timer a bit early there. It was official time 15.4 or 0.54 seconds. Up next is going to be Shelby Hogard. I'll let the timer run a little bit longer. My bad. Pick from Shelby. I don't think she's moving quite as fast as Kara was. But as long as she doesn't drop it, she should still be able to beat her time. Doing really good, and this is going to beat Kara's time by about a second. That was about 14 seconds. Really good run from Shelby. Only one athlete left to go in our U82 women's division. This will be Jocelyn Grimmelson. Oops. I think I just activated a transition screen. My apologies. Jocelyn, very, very fast run there. I meant to start the clock. I pressed the wrong button. Just fat-fingered transition, so I apologize for the screen obstruction. And Jocelyn finished that run in 14.6 seconds. So it was actually super close. They're all half a second apart all the way down. So Kara Richmond finished in 15.54, Shelby Hogard in 15.14, and Jocelyn Grimmelson in 14.6. All of our U82 women were very close in times, pretty much each just half a second faster than the last. Now we're starting with our open women. So up first, Carrie Lyon. After a unfortunate result on the deadlift, but she was doing really great up until that point. Starting off on the frame, smooth run down, quick turn. She's just very solid the whole way. She doesn't look like she's trying to. She looks like she's just trying to finish the event and not make any mistakes. She's not taking much risks there, but finished in about 17 seconds. And second to go for our open women is going to be Emma Grimmelson. Emma has historically done pretty good on these grip carry events. Oh, but just a stumble right off the start there for Emma. And that can happen when you start moving. That frame is going to tilt where the front will go down just due to inertia. And sometimes it can catch on the floor, and on this rubber flooring, that's just going to get you stuck. So unfortunate from Emma. A very small mistake that's going to cost her a couple seconds there. Yeah, that ended up putting her... Oh, never mind. That actually put her 2/100ths of a second faster than Carrie. I'm not sure what the ruling is. Sometimes with competitions that are hand timed, we just say if two athletes are within about 0.15 seconds of each other, we consider that a tie. I'm gonna have to clarify that if that was brought up at the athletes rules meeting with the judges, because 2/100ths of a second realistically with hand timing could go either way. So I'll get confirmation, but tentatively Emma is in first place right now. Anna loves moving events. She is super fast. Very steady so far. Quick drop, quick turn. And a quick run back. Picked up speed right at the end. Finished at about 14 seconds. Like an official time. That's right now this is 1:14. Okay, there we go. 14.04. A great time for Anna. That's putting her in first place out of everyone who has gone so far. Erin Penner's up next. Also a really, really great mover. And Erin needs to make up some points here. She's moving really quick. Very fast run down, drop. Picked it up even in a split stance. That's going to save her a couple seconds on that first step. 13 seconds for Erin. I think she might have just ran into the front of the frame. Erin finished in officially 13.71 seconds. So just that's 0.3 of a second ahead of Anna. Her in first place. And our last competitor out, we have Michelle Kamanik. Michelle has a phenomenal grip. Oh. Sorry, I can't get our clock to work. I tried to hit the start button. Okay, I can get the time on the way back. Michelle looking very fast. I'm not sure. I think that's probably going to be in that 14, 15 second range. Looked like Michelle finished in 15.06. So just behind Anna for a third place finish on that event. And now we're going to be moving on to our men's U80. I'm going to, while they load the plates, I'm going to find our competition organizer, or actually I'm going to find one of our referees, and I'm going to clarify on how close Emma and Carrie were and how that's going to affect the scoring. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for not for leaving you high and dry there while Dano went on his attempt, but we have Tom Pahal up, and I will confirm that the 200th of a second we're calling that a tie. If they were head to head and we could see who crossed the line first, then we would still differentiate their scores, but since they're each going individually, not at the same time, we're going to call that a tie for Emma and Carrie. Good run from Tom, finished at about 19 seconds. And last for our U80 men, we have Cody Beckert. I mentioned this earlier, but Cody used to compete very frequently, took a bit of a break recently, and he loves moving events. Strong start from Cody. This is 455 pounds in the hands. Quick turn, and he's up. He's chasing down Tom, but it looks like he's going to come out in the lead. About 15 seconds there for Cody. Way faster on the way back than he was on the way down in for the first run, first length. Oh, I was actually mistaken. I must have started my timer much before the official one, because Tom actually finished in 15.9 seconds, whereas my timer had him more around like 19. So Tom actually did take the win by 0.2 of a second over Cody. And now we are on to our men's Masters 50 plus. And McMullen starting us off. And is going to be looking to close the gap a little bit on Rob Snow. I know he can't catch him now, but those two have always been really neck and neck in this men's 50 plus category. So I'm sure Dan wants to make this as competitive as possible. Very steady run from Dan here. 12 seconds on the way down. Grip is looking solid. Strong pick and coming back the other way. He's looking very steady, just making no mistakes. Grip wasn't giving an inch there and finished at about 27.5 seconds. 28.5 officially. And up next is going to be Rob Snow, our current leader for the men's Masters 50 plus. I know Rob is one of those guys who just has really thick hands, and on a lot of these grip events, that extra thickness in your hand can make it hard to hold on to a handle. He does have that powerlifting background where you have to be able to deadlift without straps, and so he's historically done the grip work and a lot of experience on this, but moving when you're holding something is very different than holding it just for a lift. Good pick from Rob. As way down, looks to be, I would say, a little bit slower than Dan did. Dan made it down in about 12 seconds. Rob looks like he's going to be about the 15-second mark. Down at 16. I don't think he's going to be able to catch Dan here. No. Taking his time. He can just make it as far as possible. His grip is looking solid. He's moving quick now, but Dan's time has already passed, so he's just going to finish this for pride. Just crossed the line there. So typically in a frame carry or any sort of carry event where you're crossing a line, typically what you do is the entire implement will start behind the start line. You break the plane of the, turnaround line, and then the entire implement crosses the start line again, and that's when your time is finished. But just due to our limited space and the fact that the the start line is right next to the athletes area. We're only doing it where you have to break the plane on your way back. So it's supposed to be 50 feet. It's going to end up being something a little bit shorter. Whatever the length of the frame is, it'll be that much shorter than the original planned 50 feet. But it's just so that we don't have people who are moving quickly running over athletes. We got Chris Cron up next, starting off our men's U90 division. He's currently in 3rd place overall. But moving really steady so far. This is 495 pounds in the hands. Again, slightly overran the frame. I would like to see athletes, when they have to do a turn, go down with the frame, keep your hands on it as you put it down. That way you're going to be centered. You spin, you're already in place in the center, grab and go. It was about 27 seconds. Chris on the way down. 26. 25.8 officially. And up next is going to be Boone Drummond. Drummond is going to be looking up to make up from that deadlift. Moving events, also really good for Boone. Former discus thrower in track and field. Very quick run down. Drop it at about the 8-second mark. That's more of that spin that I was talking about. He didn't overrun the implement. Still could have been faster with re-picking it, but he's going to finish in a good time at about the 19-second mark. He officially 19.98. Up next, Denzel LeBlanc. Iron Age Strength and his home gym. I should shout out these gyms more. Boone Drummond trains at Brick House Gym. Really strong pick from Denzel. He's moving good. This is about the same pace that Boone was on. If he can turn and pick faster than Boone, there you go. That's a good spin. That's a really good pick. And he's even faster on the way down. He's going to stay up. Okay. It's about the 19-second mark, which is the same that I said for Boone. So we will wait and see. 19.86. So they only had 0.12 seconds in between. So I'm going to have to figure out where this exact cutoff is for the ties. They might do 0.1. But we're for sure doing it for the 200ths of a second difference from earlier. I don't know, 0.12, that might be enough. We'll see. Up next, we got Randy Lowen. Speaking of shouting out gyms, Randy, he didn't put a gym on his entry form, but I do believe that he typically trains out of Cornerstone Barbell. Powerlifting gym here in the city, or not here in the city because we're in Selkirk, in Winnipeg. Randy, really quick start. I wasn't ready for that. So our timer's about a second behind. But very quick on the way down. He did break the plane just barely. But it was a bit slower because he turned to get confirmation from our referee. Still finishing a good time. That was for sure taking the win on that event. Getting some points back and closing in on Denzel. I'll get confirmation on the times with Denzel and Boone if that is also gonna be a tie. Next time we have a weight change, I'll see if I have time to run over there, but I think we're jumping in on the men's masters lightweights. This is Joey Hatcher starting us off. And that's a no-go from Joey. Frame is a bit too much for him there. It's 495-pound frame for these men's masters lightweights, just like it was for our men's U90s. Up next, we're going to have Dan Sersky. I'm going to slow to update, but Dan Sersky up. Strong run so far. Just he knows that he doesn't have a time to beat, so he's taking it slow and steady, just not making any mistakes. Dan is a guy who can sometimes be overly aggressive. Oh, it looks like the grip on his left hand is giving him some issues. And now he's going to try to outrun it. That's the more aggressive approach from Dan that you typically see. Dan and Joey, Dan trains at a Brick House gym. Joey, double check. Who is Southern Manitoba represented? Deep Southern Manitoba. Broadway Fitness, Joey Hatcher's gym. All right, up next, we got our men's under 105s. And we're going to be starting off with Cam Chorney. Probably going to be a good event for Cam. Strong pick from Cam. And there we go. He's moving quick. Took a second to accelerate, but he's moving. One and down. Again, kind of dropped it and overran the handles a little bit. It's 545 pounds and quick on the way back. You know, that slow turn maybe was lacking a little bit of confidence, or maybe he had to outrun his grip, so he needed that short break in between, but it looked really comfortable and he was moving fast when it was up. And up next after Cam is going to be Clint Grad. Cam Chorney is also a local to Iron Image Gym here. He was here helping with volunteering and helping get us set up before the competition started, and now he's competing. Clint looked like he was having some back during the deadlift, so hopefully it's not going to bother him during the frame carry. It can definitely aggravate a lot of the same muscles if they're already hurting. So hopefully it doesn't bother him here. Clint is a really good mover. He's got a pretty good grip, so this should be a good event for him. Good, really good speed from Clint here. Down at about the 9-second mark. Quick turn. He didn't just yell out. Hopefully that was motivation and not pain. And down the other way at about 20 seconds. Maybe high 20s. We'll see what the official time was. Cam finished in 23.6, and Clint was 21.3 seconds. As I was flexing for Martin, not for the camera. Simon Jansen out of Brick House Gym. Simon is a very young competitor. He actually has our UN20 junior log record from that he set, I believe it was 2 years ago. So he's 25 years old, I believe. Very steady start from Simon there. Not quite the same speed as Clint. Looked a bit relieved to be able to put it down, and then I realized he still had to go all the way back. So quicker on the way down so far. And that was a pretty good run from Simon. That was about the 24 seconds, so he'll be a little bit behind Cam and Clint. But he's right there. Can still pick up some points for the last three athletes to go. Next we have James Wary. James currently sitting in second place, representing Iron Age strength. And as I mentioned, James, as last year was a teen competitor. He competed in division at OSG, the official Strongman Games. And James has been improving drastically, like pretty much every competition he does. He's put himself in a really good spot here. But as we know with young competitors, sometimes when there's a lot of more moving parts in the event, they can sometimes make a mistake. Good pick from James. He's moving really well. This is probably the fastest we've seen a competitor go so far. Down a nice turn. Quick pick again. He's moving, just keeps that same pace going. Oh, but he goes down just before the finish line. He is still going to put himself in first out of the athletes that have gone so far, but that drop is going to hurt his points a little bit. We have our two highest placing athletes left. Highest placing from the deadlift left. Darcy Rintoul and Mark Schramm. Darcy is one of our newer competitors. Did the novice show here at Iron Image last year, but is very strong and has been weight training for a long time, just new to the sport of strongman specifically. That's what I mean about overrunning or overstriding when you're running, though. Went down, he was just a little bit too aggressive. Gonna cost him some time. And then that extra pick costs you energy too. Trying to go fast again on the way back. And he made it without another drop. We'll see, he ended up in a pretty similar time to James. I think it was a little bit faster. No, it wasn't. 20.07. So that is 0.2 of a second behind James Wary. So James is still in first place with one athlete left to go. And Darcy was ahead of James. It was only a 1-point lead. So that is going to put them in a tie going into the last event of the day. We have Mark Schramm coming out. Oh, it still says James on our name. There we go. We got Mark Schramm there. Mark moving steady. He knows that the other athletes have had drops, and he just needs a clean run to take home the win on this event. So he's drifting a little bit to the side. He's actually going to be... I think that was enough for the win, but it was closer than I expected. See, Mark finishing in 19.83 seconds. That is 0.08 faster than James. That might be another situation where we might end up just calling that a tie. But if we don't, it makes it really exciting because we have a three-way tie for first place going into the last event in our men's 105. I think we're going to end up calling that a tie, which will actually put James into first, but we'll wait and see. And we'll get that sorted before we start the last event, so you make sure that all the athletes know where they're at and what they need to do for the last event. But in the meantime, we have our men's Masters heavyweights coming up now. Starting off with Bruce Yude. Still 545 pounds on the frame. No, not going to happen for Bruce today. Bruce doing his first competition. Lots of us have been there where you're jumping in, you don't really know what to expect. A lot of times when you just start competing, your gym doesn't even have the equipment. You're gonna have to go and get into the community, figure out where the strongman gyms are so that you can train with the implements. Okay, now we have BJ Hecker up, and no for BJ as well. Oh, he's going to retry it. He's able to break the ground, but I know BJ, his grip isn't his best event, so. Not today. Up next, we have Jeff Foster. Our Masters heavyweights, they're going to be coming out in the exact same order that they are in the overall placing. So Jeff currently is in third. in reverse order of their overall placing. That's just happened to be how they placed on the deadlift. Jeff moving very steady. Over halfway. He's almost to the line. Down at 14, and he's going to call it there. He's happy with that. Oh, looks like maybe tweak something, maybe just fatigue from the back-to-back deadlifts into the frame. He's happy with one run. That's going to already put him in a guaranteed third place. I should say first place for now, but he's guaranteed he can get no less. He's currently in first, he can get no less than third place. Up next, we're going to have Trevor Jaworski. I'm not sure if this is a miscommunication with the scoring table. I don't think we're doing split times for finishing lengths. Maybe they are, but we'll see. Either way, that probably won't change the points. I do think that both Trevor and Gord are going to finish this run. Here's Trevor Jaworski getting a very strong run. Down at 7.5 seconds for the halfway mark. Quick turn and an even speedier on the way back. So that's about a 16-second run for Trevor Jaworski. 16.9. Really great run from Trevor. That's going to be hard for Gord to beat. All right, we got Gord Grimmelson up. Oh, I accidentally started the timer. There we go. Gord, really strong pick. He's moving quick. Does I think faster than Trevor did on the first length. Yeah, down in the low sevens. This is going to be a sprint to see who comes out on top between these two. Oh, and Gord goes down just before the finish line. Oh, that's going to put him in second. That was so close until that small mistake. So Gord's going to be in second place on that event, which puts him and Trevor in a tie going into the last event, which is stone to shoulder. We have so many ties for the last event. You don't usually get this at a local competition. It's exciting. All right, we're starting off on our men's U120 division. First up is going to be Aaron Clark. For our men's U120s, it's going up to 565 pounds in the hang. Oh, I think Aaron passed. So this is actually Noah Miniker. Yeah, there we go. They entered a 0 for Aaron. So he passed on this event. This is Noah. He's at just over the halfway mark. See the lines of tape on just off to the right side of the screen. No, he's calling it just over the halfway mark. Next up is going to be Cam Rishot Ross. Cam and Noah are currently in a tie for third place. So Cam is going to be looking at that mark and knowing what he has to beat now. Okay, we're definitely not doing split times for every distance. I'll get the score sheet to... They're following along with the live score sheet there. I think they're just putting in when they stop the stopwatch. So it should be the full time. All right, down at 8 seconds for Cam. This is a very good run. He's going to slowly put himself in third place for the last event at least. And a very strong run from Cam. About 17 seconds to go the whole way. 18.21 officially. Up next, we have our other formerly team competitor, Ryder Joy. Currently second place in our senior age category U120 division. Good start. Oh, I spoke too soon. I was supposed to say good start from Ryder. He's moving well. Bit of the grip. He's made it to the line. How far back can he get? No, that's probably the best call, is to stop there. You know, every time you pick it, you are risking tearing a callus. And with a stone to shoulder coming up, you never know how you're going to have to grip a natural stone. So making sure that you still have the skin on your hands, just so that you don't risk. If the only way to pick a stone is by digging into a torn callus, your body might just not let you do it sometimes if it's too painful. Hopefully he still has skin on his hands, and he wasn't going to pick up any points on Cam. I'm going to go let the score table know about putting in the correct time so we're not doing split times on things, but I'll be right back. Okay, so we got our last men's 120 competitor, Jesse Morrison. See if he can round out a fourth event win of the day. It's looking strong so far. Down at about 6.5 seconds. I do think that he would have been faster if he went down with it and turned, but I don't think it's going to matter. He's moving so fast. 15.5 seconds it looked like to me. Yes, 15.36 seconds for Jesse there. Really good run from Jesse. That's a fourth straight event win. Only one event to go. And rounding out our frame carry is our men's open division. And starting us off for our men's open division, the names may not update in time, but it will be Lane Campbell starting us off. And it's going to be 595 pounds in the hands. Although Lane was also a late sign-up. I don't have his gym affiliation. It's I believe it's Ramsey Health and Fitness, or I think that's the name. But yeah, last minute sign-up, he wasn't on the sign-up sheet. No, like I mentioned with the deadlift, like deadlifting is not Lane's forte, and unfortunately, this frame carry event it starts off with a deadlift. Got one side up. Not there today for Lane. Up next, we're going to have Mateo Clayton. I don't think I mentioned this yet, but Mateo is also one of our newer competitors. He did the novice show here at Iron Image last year. Mateo also struggling with the deadlift to start off this frame carry. No. Slid it a little bit, but slides don't count. So not there for Mateo, which means our last men's open competitor come out is Garrett Wurstiuk. Garrett actually is the reigning national champion in the men's masters lightweight division from amateur nationals last year, but decided to step up into the open division because he saw the weights and he knew that he could do all of them. All right, he's just calling it there. He's going to take his first place, not risk tearing his hands, and we are going to get set up for the stone to shoulder. Before that, I'm going to go through all of the placements so we know where everyone stands going into the last event. 1 second to get the sheet ready. Got our leaderboard. Okay. Oh, here we got all of our events in there. Okay. It will update, but for our teen women, Natasha McMullen, 4 straight she's the only one in her category, so first place for Natasha. For our U57 women, Kim Cornelson currently in first place with 7.5 points, and Nicole Horseman in second with 4.5. For our under 64 kilo women, Sabrina McMullen is in the lead with 6 points. Caitlin Nault right behind her with 5. If Caitlin wins the next event, if Caitlin wins the next event, then she would win on countback. So still everything to play for in that women's U64 division. For our women's U73, it is Annalise Lusek. She's on her own in that division. Score she's taking a second to update, but we'll jump ahead to our women's U82 since she is the only competitor in her category. In our women's, let's see our camera being adjusted for the stone to shoulder. For our women's U82 division, Jocelyn Grimmelson in the lead and having already secured the win with 11.5 points and 4 straight first places, 3 of which were untied. Shelby Hogard in second with 7.5 points and Kara Richmond in fifth. So podium is yet to be decided, but Shelby has a good lead. She just has to not zero the stones. And in our women's open division, we have Anastasia Fund still in first place, holding on to that position with a second place finish in the frame carry. Michelle Kamanik in second with 14 points. Erin Penner moves up 2 spots into third place with 11 points. And then Carrie Lyon and Emma Grimmelson currently listed as being tied in fourth, but I believe that's going to change when we change their times to being a tie. For our men's divisions, in our U80 division, Tom Pahal, our event organizer, is in first place with 10.5 points, 2 points ahead of Cody Beckert. And Dano Trenholm rounds out the podium with 4 points. For our men's Masters 50 plus, the category that's doing the same weights as the U80s, we have Rob Snow in the lead with 7 points, and Dan McMullen did finally close that gap a little bit by winning the frame carry and is sitting on 4 points overall. Our men's U90 division. A bit of a slow refresh here. I will jump over to our score sheet. We have in first place Denzel LeBlanc with 14 points. In second place is Randy Lowen with 2. Boone Drummond's rounding out the podium with 7 points. And Chris Cron is in fourth with 6 points. For our men's Masters lightweight, there we go. Now refresh as soon as I moved on from the U90s. Apologies. Dan Sersky's in the lead, 4 straight event wins. He has 8 points overall, and Joey Hatcher is in second with 1 point. For our men's under 105 category, Mark Schramm moving into tied in the lead. Apologies for the error. So I should mention this. When an athlete the arrows don't deal with ties super well. So Mark Schramm moved up. Darcy Rintoul, he's actually in the same place because he is tied for first, but it says he's moving down because he was untied for first before. So we have a 3-way tie in our men's 105, pending how close we're going to call it for ties on that frame carry, because there was 800th of a second gap between James and Mark, so that might change. Clinton Grad is in 4th with 13.5 points. Simon Jansen is in 5th with 9, and Cameron Chorney is in 6th with 5 points. Our men's Masters heavyweights, we have Gord Grimolfsson tied with Trevor Jaworski for the lead on 18 points. They have just traded event wins back and forth. Jeff Foster's in 3rd with 11, Brian Heckert in 4th with 7 points, and Bruce Yude with 1 point. In our men's under 120 division, we have Jesse Morrison with 4 straight event wins, 20 points, a perfect 20 points. Ryder Joy is still in 2nd with 13 points. Cam Chorney breaking the tie with Noah and sitting on 10, currently in 3rd place. Noah has 8 points, and Aaron Clark with 1. And our last division, our men's open, we have, and it's of course going to freeze on me right as we're finishing up. In our men's open, on if you go to the score sheet link, we have Garrett Werschik in 1st place, 4 straight event wins, 12 points. Mateo Clayton's in 2nd with 2 points, and Lane Campbell is in 3rd with 3 points. There we go. We got the scores on the screen. We're going to get set up for the Stone to Shoulder event. I'm going to figure out what's happening with those ties, and then we will be right back to round out our day and figure out how all of these super close categories are going to be decided. So be right back in, I think we'll call it 10 minutes. Okay, I didn't mute myself. My bad. But I'm back, and I have some scoring information. So our cutoff for ties for that frame carry is going to be 1/10 of a second. That's just due to human error when using stopwatches. If we had laser timed, we can go to 100th of a second, and it'd be fantastic. But unfortunately, we do not. So 1/10 of a second, we're calling a tie. So that means that we have a tie between Mark Schramm and James Weary, which changes that U105 leaderboard. Right now, James is in first. Darcy Rintoul's in second. James is in first with 19 points. Darcy Rintoul is in second with 18.5, and Mark Schramm is in third with 18 points. I got to get the other scoring information up. My apologies. And for the women's open, Carrie Lyon and Emma Grimmelson are officially have a tie. And that put... I don't know if that changed overall placing. Oh, I gotta activate our second lane, and I gotta refresh so we get the right names up on screen. Right now we have Natasha McMullen in lane 1 and Dano Trenholm lane 2. They're not both Garrett Worstja. Promise. So, this event is a stone to shoulder. There is 4 stones for men and 4 stones for women. Any reps with a heavier stone trump any reps with a lighter stone. Most reps at the heaviest weight wins. Yeah, let's try turning this off and bring it back. 1 athlete lanes. Lane 1, we're moving on to the U57 women. These reps aren't timed. Don't worry about that too much. That's 1 good rep for Nicole. So the stone weights you can see at the top of your screen. I don't know why it's still stuck on Garrett. Got clarification on the weights of these stones. That's sorry, I didn't introduce Cody Beckert there on lane number 2. Okay, we kind of have an update. Not the right update. Getting closer. But that is Tom Pahal in lane number 2 and Kim Cornelson in lane number 1. So just these athletes are moving in between the stones, but that is because they're they're getting a rep for sure, and then they're moving on to a heavier weight. This isn't a run. It's just stone to shoulder for as many reps as possible. There we go. A good rep from Tom, and he is fired up. I think I broke the graphics even more than before because now. All right. Okay, so up next, we're going to have Sabrina McMullen. Sabrina McMullen and Dan McMullen. I'm going to turn off this the athlete names. I can try to get this fixed. There's a good rep from Dan McMullen. Sabrina has the next stone on her lap. It's a good rep from Sabrina. Oh, never mind. Wait, a score is being entered. Caitlin. Caitlin's stand. Oh, she's just standing in front of that stone. Wow. Okay, so now we have Caitlin Null up against, or not up against, I keep saying that. Caitlin Null going at the same time as Rob Snow. So Sabrina got 3 reps with the 138-pound stone. Caitlin looks like she doesn't have much practice on that stone to shoulder. This is a stone she's attempting is 109 pounds right now. All right, and I have figured out why our names aren't working. The score table's entering the weight of the stones while the athlete is going instead of entering it at the end of the event. So I will have to let them know because that is causing us to automatically forward through the athletes, not say who is currently up. So I'll be right back. I will let them know. Okay, apologies for the delay there. Just getting things sorted out with the score table. But we have Shelby Hogarth up in the near lane. And we have in the far lane Randy Lowen. That's a 240-pound stone, as you can see. Oh, sorry. As the other camera could see for Randy. That stone 240 pounds. Here, I will go over on the score sheet because I still cannot get the names to show up correctly, unfortunately. So that was to recap, Kara Richmond. This is a recap on what happened while I was away. So first off, actually, Anna Lusek got 1 rep with the 109-pound stone. Kara Richmond got 1 rep with the 138-pound stone. Shelby Hogarth, 3 reps with the 138-pound stone. And right now we have Denzel LeBlanc. This will be rounding out our men's U90 division, so I will cover them right after this. Going and both lanes. Oh, Jocelyn Girlson just having a tough time balancing that stone. Gets it. That is also the 138-pound stone. I think that she just ended up with natural stones. You can just lift a stone in just the wrong way. And being able to read, what we call read a stone, is a huge aspect of this event. That is a much better position for Jocelyn to shoulder that stone. You see how much easier that second rep was compared to her first. Denzel got 2 reps. I think he went to a heavier stone after the first one. So, but he is very happy with getting that that heavier stone. That looks to be one of the heavier stones out for the athletes. And Jocelyn, she tied for the win by getting 3 reps at the 138, and she's moving on to I believe this is a 169-pound stone. She's going to try to get this one for 1 rep. What I heard is none of the women, she ran out of time. She already secured at least a tie for first place, so she wanted to put on a show and lift the big stone. On the men's side, in our U90 division, we had Chris Cron get 1 rep with the 207. Actually, I'll run from top to bottom because I don't know what order they came out. Boone Drummond, unfortunately, zeroed that event. Randy Lowen got 1 rep with the 178. Chris Cron, 1 rep with the 207. And Denzel LeBlanc, I was right, he did move up because he was credited with 1 rep with the 240-pound natural stone. Up next, we have... Our picking our correct categories is actually changing at least our scores for who to beat. So I'll keep up to date on that. This looks like it's going to be our men's masters lightweight and the start of our open women. Emma gets 1 rep with, I believe that is the 138-pound stone. Joey Hatcher 1 rep with what I think is the 178-pound stone. Emma going for her 2nd rep. Switching back, so she attempted the 169. She's switching back to the 138-pound stone. Joey Hatcher attempting to get a 2nd rep. I think he moved on to a heavier stone after the 1st rep. Not there today, but he's still got a rep, so still got some points. Not quite there for Emma today on she spent a bit of time trying the 169 before moving back to the 138 and wasn't able to get another rep. We got one with the 138, so still got some points. And let's see, Joey Hatcher, that was the 178-pound stone. So up next, we're going to have on the near side of your screen, Carrie Lyon, and on the on the near side of your screen, Carrie Lyon, far side, Daniel Sersky. Carrie has been doing fantastic all day today. Camera angle has a better view of both athletes. Like Carrie Lyon got 1 good rep with the 138, so she looks like she's trying the 169 now. Dan Sersky a good rep with what I believe is the 178-pound stone to put him in a tie. Actually, that could have been the 207. Oh, Carrie actually, she attempted a lighter stone. This is the 138. A good rep here. And I think she's just going to try to rep this one out. She had it kind of in that awkward spot that Jocelyn did on her 1st rep with the 169. Dan Sersky throwing that stone to his shoulder. Got it stable. Gets a good rep. He's calling it there. Carrie Lyon with another rep on that 138-pound stone. So that puts her in 1st place for the time being. That's a good rep for Carrie. By the way, I'm not doing the rep counter in the bottom just because we also have weights that factor in. So just the number of reps altogether could end up being quite misleading. Coming out, but this should be Aaron Penner. And we're switching over to our men's under 105 on the men's stones. This is Cam Chorney. There we go. Aaron is out there. Ready for her attempt. Aaron going straight for what I believe is the 138 stone. Good rep for Aaron, good rep for Cam. Cam is pushing that stone away. He's got his safe points. second rep for Aaron on the 138 stone. Cam going for a heavy lift. Looks, I think that's the 240 stone that Cam is attempting there. Cam should really be trying to squat down lower so he can get that stone just pinned higher on his chest for when he stands up. It's already closer to his shoulder. Aaron already got a third rep on the 138 stone. He's probably going to go for this full minute. Looks like another good rep for Aaron. She has time for one more. She can get a fifth rep on this stone. Cam's still trying to figure out the read with this 240. She's got 5 seconds. Gonna get it. And she gets 5 reps. That's gonna be tough to beat if you don't go for a heavier stone. Very good attempt from Aaron. And a ton of heart from Cam there. He tried to really put a lot of pressure on the rest of the 105s by getting that big stone to his shoulder. But not quite in it for him today. Up next on the women's stones, we have Michelle Kamanik. She is going to be going at the same time as Erin Clark, which I believe means... Sorry, this should be Simon Jansen. Erin Clark is a U120, and we're in our 105s. This is a... Okay, Aaron is a completely different category, but I guess they're letting him go anyway. All right, we got... Aaron getting a good rep with what I believe is a 207 stone. Michelle looks like she's going to get... I think that's the 169 that Michelle just managed to get to her shoulder. Nope, sorry. It's similar shape. Or is that 169? It's hard to read the writing. Oh, Aaron is struggling, but he's going to get that to his shoulder. And they both get a down command. 2 good reps for both athletes. So, up next, good. We have wait. Okay, wait. I gotta jump in for a second. Okay, we're getting this sorted out. Yeah, so Aaron Clark did jump in a full category early. And his score, because it automatically informs you which athlete... No. Andrew! Simon Jansen! No, they're going... how that happened. Nobody knows. Okay, sorry for the bit of silence there. So what happened was the 120s just started going. So Aaron Clark went because my sheet automatically tells you which is the next athlete, like where the next score needs to go. His score was entered for the next score, which was actually for Simon Jansen, who was supposed to be our second 105 to go. But they didn't realize that they had entered the score wrong in addition to the 120s going early. So then they ended up skipping Simon because he already had a score entered. Because the score table saw that he was the next athlete who needed a score, so they entered Aaron's score there. I hope that makes sense. Not sure, nobody's sure how that ended up happening. But we got Simon Jansen going right now, trying to catch up. Due to that, I missed my own girlfriend going on her last attempt, so we'll see what Anna managed to do. Anna got 3 reps with the 169-pound stone to take the win in the stone to shoulder. And I'll summarize the overall scores after. But right now we have just the men still going. This is Simon Jansen. Missed what weight of stone he is doing, but he has gotten at very least 2 good reps so far. Three reps for Simon Jansen. He's happy with that. It was 3 reps with the 240-pound stone, the heaviest stone that the men have available to lift. Up next, we have Mark Schramm. So Mark was one of our tied athletes before we got confirmation on tied for first place. Before we got confirmation on what would count as a tie for the frame carry. One rep from Mark with the 240-pound stone. Going for rep number 2. Two reps of 240-pound stones. He needs 3 to tie for the lead so far. And that's his 3rd rep. So that's a tie for the lead. One more to take it. With 2 athletes left to go. Fighting so closely for every podium spot. And that's 4 good reps for Mark. And that's the end of time. End of his time. And I'll get rid of our other lane here. Oh, and I switch over categories because I was also lost in the confusion. We get the right score to beat up at the top of your screen. One rep for Darcy there. Moving pretty quick here. Getting into that nice low squat, as long as you can keep it pinned to your chest, it's going to put you in a really good position. 2nd good rep for Darcy. Got about 20 seconds left in this run. Oh, just couldn't keep it pinned to his chest. That's going to be really hard. But no problem for Darcy. Oh, looks like he almost lost it there. A bit quick with the down command, so he got the rep. Not gonna have time for another one though. So that'll be 3 reps at 240 pounds for Darcy. A tie for second place on this event. Now James Weary, he was coming into this event with the overall lead, but Mark Schramm was only 1 point behind him. James is going to need to tie Mark for the win, because if he gets 3 reps, he's going to be splitting points too many ways. Oh, he has to get it more balanced on his shoulder. That he had it on his shoulder, but too much of the stone was in front. So when he took his other hand away, it immediately started falling down. You need it really 50-50 on your shoulder, or maybe just slightly on the front end of your shoulder so that you can control it with that other arm. But he's really running out of time, and that's a shame because that first shoulder was pretty easy. He just didn't quite have it in the right position. This is going to cost him a lot of points. See, he needs to see it's all out in front of his. Oh, sorry, I got to switch cameras. My apologies there. I was watching from over my monitors, which bad habit from the camera angles. Also should have our volunteers not standing directly in front of cameras, but be everywhere all at once. All right. This is our men's Masters heavyweight. Apologies. This is Bruce Yude starting us off. Our men's Masters heavyweight. First of 5 competitors. Very big category for Masters. This is another category where we have a tie for the lead. He can't figure out how he wants to pick up that stone. I said break tie with grip hold. They did decide on a tiebreaker event. I guess I should add that information. So the tiebreaker is going to be that they are timing the reps with the stones. So it's only going to factor in the case of a tie, but they are going to do split times for the stone to shoulder. And that's how they're going to settle the tie. So this is BJ Heckert, or Brian Heckert. That's a good position. Oh. Looks like he got a bit lightheaded. He was in a solid position. If he could maybe just lean back a little bit to have a bit of a stronger shelf, so he could then pop it up with his legs, he would have been able to finish that rep. But sometimes when the walls start closing in, best not to have a stone in front of your face. This is Jeff Foster we have coming up. Jeff currently sitting in 3rd place overall for our men's Masters heavyweights. That's 1 good rep. Looks like he's planning on moving up. Heavier stone, I believe that was 178. I think the next heaviest stone, 207. And this one actually looked... Oh! As soon as he took his hand away, the stone started coming down, but he got it to his shoulder without any issues. No, he's calling it there. He got his points. He's happy with that. It was the 178 for 1 rep. Up next, we have our 2 athletes tied for first. Gord Grimmelson was going to be out first. Gord has been competing a long time. With natural stones, sometimes it's just experience really matters. Stones, even just on the shape, you don't know for sure how they're going to feel. Stones don't have a uniform density. So you could be grabbing it where visually it looks like you're in the middle of the stone. Sorry, I forgot to start the timer. But more of that weight might be on one half or the other just because that side is more dense. A lot that goes into being able to read a stone, but Gord is having no issues with this heaviest stone that we have, this 240-pound stone. Two good reps so far. And a third good rep. He's calling it there. He doesn't think Trevor can beat that. Interesting to see. He gave, there's a window there. Trevor. Now, Trevor needs 3 reps, and then it'll come down to split times. But Gord did do those 3 reps pretty fast. So I think for Trevor, he's going to want to get 4 reps here. Obviously, he wants to get 4 reps to make sure that he wins. Oh, come on, time. There we go. Easy pick for Trevor. Oh. And a good first rep. He's going to have to go a little bit faster if he wants to get 4 reps in the time. Bit of a harder pick on rep number 2. If he gets 1 more rep, it's going to be slower than Gord, and I don't think he's going to have time for a 4th. That was an easier pick than the 2nd rep, but he didn't quite get in the right position. There you go. That one's better, as long as he keeps his balance. No, he's done. He doesn't have the time. So that, a very close call, ends up close right to the end. We have our men's U120 resuming. So, up first for our men's 120. Noah Miniker. So, what is the... Wait, so Noah is just going to be looking to kind of play spoiler here. Very easy first rep. Noah, he should be really trying to sit low so he can get that stone pin really high on his chest. Try a different strategy. No. It's a stone to shoulder, not a stone to chest. Yeah, so no, that's just going to be a case of the athlete should have been paying more attention to the rules meeting. That's really common in a stone to shoulder is athletes aren't going to be able to get it quite high enough, so they just lean back so it's balanced on their chest. But if he was a bit more patient, he's trying to get that down early, but he's having no problem moving and maneuvering that stone. He's just trying to get it early so he can get more reps in. They're not going to give him those. Next up is Cam Rishaw Ross, who's currently in 3rd place. Starting straight off with the 240-pound stone. have it again. A little bit too much stone out in front. There you go. 1 rep for Cam with the 240-pound stone. Two good reps for Cam with 240 pounds. He's got time for one more, but he's got to be quick. Oh, I think that's gonna be the end of his attempt. He's been taking about 20 seconds per attempt. So that drop. Oh, it's almost there. Ah, but he's out of time. 2 good reps with 240 pounds. And up next, we have Ryder Joy, currently in 2nd place in the men's 120 division. Yeah, Ryder's starting off at the 240-pound stone. Very easy pick. He's got it nice and high. And a first good rep for Ryder. Oh, and that was a really good roll up the chest. Kind of flipped it over and it went right where it needed to be. That ties him for the lead. Get one more rep and put some pressure on Jesse. That's 3 reps for Ryder. That puts him in the lead. He might have time for one. No, he's going to call it there. Switch cameras. Camera overheated. Up next, we got Jesse Morrison. He's won every event so far. That was a really fast athlete ready. He wants to be quick about this. He's not dropping the stone because then you have to maneuver it and find the right position again. He's putting it down exactly how he wants it to be and then picking it back up. Really smart from Jesse. It does take more energy, but if you're confident that you have the conditioning for it, then it does save a lot of time. He only needs one more rep for the outright win. Already tied. Oh, actually, it's already taking the win. Got 3. Have to wait for the official result, but I believe, was that the 3rd rep that he dropped? Either way, he's tied for the win or has the win. Okay, it was 3. He did them so fast, I started to doubt myself that I thought maybe I was, maybe I imagined an extra rep in there. Now we got our men's open, starting with Lane Campbell. Good pick from Lane. Got it to his chest. He just needs to use his legs to pop it up bit by bit. And can he control it? Looks like a little bit in front of his head, but he got it. That's 1 rep with the 240. He's happy with that. He's going to call it there. Got about 20 seconds left. He's going to try, but he needs to go. No, I don't think he's not going to have the time to finish this. That's the end of his attempt. But 1 rep for Lane. It's a good result. Next up is going to be Mateo Clayton. Lane and Mateo are only 1 point separating them. So, well, Mateo's in the lead. So if Mateo gets this rep, he takes second overall. But if he misses it, then I think they're going to be in an out-and-out tie. Well, Mateo actually, he could just get a rep with one of the lighter stones. And actually, no, if he misses it, Lane wins. If he gets a rep with a lighter stone, they're in an out-and-out tie. Okay. So that puts them in a tie if Garrett Wurstiuk can win the event. If Garrett places behind either of them, then that means that Lane would win on countback. But if Garrett beats both of them, then they are tied because they have the same number. They would have the same number of second place finishes and the same number of third place finishes. And Garrett has won every event so far today. It'll all depend on if Garrett just chooses to round out the competition with a full clean sweep of event wins. He needs one more rep with the 240. Oh. That's what I was saying. Even if you think you're grabbing it in the center, sometimes just the weight distribution isn't quite what it looks like. That was a pretty quick down, but you know, Garrett was already uncatchable in that event. Didn't affect too much, except that we do have an out-and-out tie now for Lane and Mateo for second place. That's the end of the competition. We're going to go to a short break, and then we will come back with our podiums. So we're just going to make sure that all of our scores are accurate, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, we're about to start our podium. And we're going to be starting our podium with our teen women. So, well, they get the medals sorted, actually. We'll run through. So, up next for Strong Manitoba streams, we have Prairie's Strongest in Vita. I almost said Vita's Strongest. It's Prairie's Strongest taking place in Vita. That is going to be on June 27th, and that is going to be refereed by the one and only Inez the Dominator Carrasquillo. On July 11th, happening, we're coming back to Selkirk. We're going to have, they're starting a podium, sorry. But we're going to have Manitoba's Strongest Man and Woman. We'll talk more about that after our podium. So, that's not, there we go. There's the right division. So in our women's team, only one athlete, Natasha McMullen, first place. For women's U57 category. Second place, Nicole Horseman. First place, Kim Cornelson. Our women's under 57 kilogram category. For our women's U64 class, we had two competitors. Second place and first-time competitor, Caitlin Null. Did a really great showing, especially on the deadlift. And in first place, had Sabrina McMullen. Two McMullen first places already. For our women's under 73 kilogram weight class, only one competitor was Anna Lusek. Really great showing, also a first-time competitor. Glad to have just more and more representation. Especially having some U73 lifters that we are always starving for in Manitoba for some reason. In our women's U82 division, in third place, did our novice show earlier this year, but Kara Richmond. Second place, in our U82 women's, Shelby Hogard, for the new Mrs. Langelar. And in first place, in her U82 debut, Jocelyn Grimmelson. We didn't get an update. Here we go. Jocelyn Grimmelson taking home the win for women's U82 division. For our women's open, third place after a rough start on the log press and the front hold, but clawing her way back with Erin Penner. Erin represents the Forge Gym, and in second place is Michelle Kamanik, choosing to compete in the Opens after doing the Masters, Western Canada Strongest Master last week. And in first place, we have Anna Fund, the reigning Manitoba's strongest woman. All three of these ladies had a really great day. Really showed their strengths across the different events. In our men's U80 division, third place was Dano Trenholm. Dano was a newer competitor. I think it was the novice show here at Selkirk last year that he did. Second place, the return of Cody Beckert. Also known as Cody Ryan on Instagram, if you're familiar with that. And in first place, putting the medal on himself, Tom Pahal. Congrats to all of our U80 men. I don't know if we're going to U90 or men's 50 plus. Okay, we're going to our men's U90. In third place, Chris Cron. Second place was Randy Lowen, another guy who bit of a rough start with the first two events, but that is long, which helps with the frame, helps with the deadlift. And winning our men's U90 division, Denzel LeBlanc. Really strong performance throughout the whole day. Really never dropped points anywhere, which consistency is really what wins shows in Strongman. And you can see him there with his daughter. Really happy family moment. Also probably saw his daughter a lot on the stream, being with Aunt Gian. Men's 105 division, third place, just going into the last event in first, but just a rough showing on the last event. Dropped him down to third is James Weary. Second place, also in that neck and neck group at the top, Darcy Rentoul for second, and winning the men's 105 and his return to the 105 division after being a 120 for a while is Mark Schramm. Really great showing from these three guys. It was neck and neck the whole day, right down to a 1 point separation across the entire podium into that last event. And up next, we got the men's 120 division. Third place, Cam Rishaw Ross. Very consistent competitor. Second place, Ryder Joy, representing the hometown crew of Iron Image, making his senior age debut. And the winner of every event in our for our 120 division the whole day is Jesse Morrison. Jesse's definitely going to be looking to make a statement at nationals. Get our podium graphic up. There we go. That was our men's U120 division. Up next, we have our men's open division. Men's open division is the only division that we had today which had a fully just out and out tie. If it was for first, we are going to have a tiebreaker, but in this case we are just going to allow them to share the second place. That is Lane Campbell and Mateo Clayton. And the winner for the men's open division, Garrett Werschuk. Now we're moving into our Masters division. So they're going to announce the Masters lightweight. Second place for our men's Masters lightweights is Joey Hatcher. And first place is Dan Sersky. Dan had a really great day the whole day, but Dan, you know, he can sometimes be a bit overly aggressive and try a bit too hard on events and make small mistakes, but he was really consistent throughout the whole day, and it's great to see that improvement from Dan. Up next, men's Masters heavyweight division. Third place, the return after a year off of Jeff Foster. Second place, just coming down to the last event, is Trevor Jaworski. And in first place for the men's Masters heavyweights, Gord Grimolfsson. Once again, why he's at the top of our Masters division here in Manitoba and has been on top of the podium nationally in the lightweight division. Really good showing from all these Masters competitors. We got one more category to announce. We got a spoiler. Second place for our men's Masters 50 plus, Dan McMullen. And in first place with a really dominant performance. Didn't really put a foot wrong the whole day. Starting to lose my voice. Rob Snow. Very small podium for these big men. Really good showing from all of our athletes today. So, as I was saying before we got into the podiums, up next is Prairie Strongest in Vita, Manitoba. That's happening on June 27th with guest referee Inez Carrasquillo. We have Manitoba's Strongest Man and Woman is happening on July 11th, and that is going to be in Selkirk, Manitoba. We're going to have the Magnus Gimli qualifier happening. That is the first weekend of August. I got to double check the exact day that when it's happening. That will be August 1st, I think. Double check that. I am not absolutely certain. And then we have Manitoba Provincials, which I may or may not be able to stream due to other travel conflicts because of Strongest Woman in Western Canada, and I will probably be there with my girlfriend as she will be competing at that competition. But we will work out something to have some sort of stream. We just might not be able to do as much as we normally do. And that's everything that we have going on Strong Manitoba upcoming. So stay tuned. If anything else comes up, if we have any more events going on, we will let you know. Thank you for tuning in today. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.